long ago, in a land you might remember from your dreams, the power of randomness was celebrated by all. Those with dice would roll them to shape their destinies, and the bravest few would challenge each other in games of chance, epic tournaments, in which their very lives would hang in the balance.
Fortune! Second thoughts? Not on your life!
That was in the era of the dice wielders, and like all eras, it too would come to an end, fading into legend and mystery. Our story begins later, in Wanecroft, a small village populated entirely by people who have never once been dealt a fair hand.
Attention, Wanners! I am the Queen, and my dark dice will decide your fate.
Random rules!
See that, Bernard? You're a sixer.
Oh, wow! I'm gonna live in the Queen's Dream Palace for the rest of my...
Nuh-uh, you're a dirty 3, doomed to a life of fighting and misery. That's cheating. Well, so is having an almighty dice, Snake Eye.
Stop, you guys. Wrap this up. We should really get going.
It's just a game, sis.
Even, I promised Mum and Dad to get you home.
The Queen! It's the Queen!
Hey, was that really necessary?
Come on, hurry up! Now we really have to run!
Wait!
Stay behind me, sis. We've got to run home and hide. Now! Even! That was incredible!
Nothing to it, sis. Come on, let's get out of here.
Random rules!
That's Nanny Fortuna. Works for the Queen, kidnapping children for her.
Kidnapping?
And so the Queen decreed that any child who had reached the age of 12 would be given the grand honor of rolling her one true dice, which would reveal to them their place in the world of random.
Guys, check out this secret portal.
Bring me all of the children.
It's an old crawl's face.
It works for us. Nice work,
For
Bernie.
the Queen's wisdom is as wide as her power, which is infinite, which makes it very easy for all of you to do what she said, since she is and ever shall be correct. And though you may feel a twinge of emotion when you watch your children move to their knees, ensure that you are feeling the correct emotion, which is joy. Joy that the Queen's plan for us is so grand. Joy that her one true dice has deigned to fix the fate of your offspring. And joy, yes, joy that today...
Even! Odd! Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
I'm sorry, Dad, I tried to.
There's no time. She'll be here any minute.
Quick, get down.
Happy birthday.
Oh, Even!
And I got a present for you.
It's so cute!
Make a wish.
And the Queen said, every child of 12 years shall throw this supreme dice, and so it was. For random is fair, random prevails, and random rules. Random rules! Be grateful, child, that the Queen herself is here for your special day. Now roll the dice, and let's see what kind of person you truly are.
It had been settled.
At least, she'll be a sixer.
Even! Oh, no!
Stop it!
And so, Odd's destiny came to be living by the side of the Queen up in the Sixer's palace, where, it was said, all dreams came true. But Even's nightmare was just beginning.
Odd, where are you? I'm coming for you, sis. Hold on, Odd. Odd, I'm gonna find you, okay? Tell me where you are, Odd. Help me find you. Odd, I'm here, sis. I'm coming, Odd! Odd!
More than a year had passed since her sister had been taken away from her, and in all that time, Even had never dreamed like that before. Even knew she was now awake, and knew this was the same house she'd lived in her entire life. But a portrait of Uncle Jinx. It was said he'd a painting of Aunt Cordelia. An image of great-great-grand. Even's mother had always painted, and she'd share with Even the stories she'd hidden in her paintings. Wonderful tales of daring heroines. The scariest painting Even's mother had ever made was of the Shadow Man. Even stared at the toy, feeling the ground tilt beneath her. That was the exact same stuffed animal she'd given Odd on the night she was taken. Even knew her parents would be heartbroken when they woke and found her missing. But she had to go. She had to know. Somewhere.
Poof! Easy there, Even. What are you doing out so darn late? You're running like the old witch Uma put a curse on you. Oh, darling, you're trying to find your sister, aren't you? I'm afraid the past is the past, child. Ah, that spark in your eye tells me you're not fooling around. I remember being your age once, I do. And I know how important imagination can seem. All right, I'll get out of your way. But don't tell your parents you saw me, deal? You're quite welcome, young Miss Even. And stay away from the outskirts.
Wait up! Please! Wait up!
This was Onecroft, the world in which Even and her small family lived. Like all Oners, they hauled junk for the cargo ships that came and went in the night. All this labor was done for reasons that were never clearly understood. The Queen willed it, and no one would dare oppose her, and that was enough for everyone. Everyone, that is, except Even.
One who... Aw, I guess you're right, Lucky.
What are you doing?
Yeah, Even. Are your parents letting you out after dark now? Aw, that's so great. I know after Odd, had to leave, they've been more protective of you, and it's just so great to have you here to play, Even.
At least you're new. These two idiots are getting on my nerves.
Hey!
Aw,
Oh my, you guys are... We're playing hit the pot with the potato. I'm gonna get to roll.
I'm not.
You getting a load of... Listen.
really?
He meant help.
I think it have fun.
She knew this was, if not goodbye, then at least so long, and even knew if she hesitated, if she woke her parents and spoke to them directly, she'd never go. And so she left, without knocking. Even again considered knocking, and again told herself she couldn't risk it. She left without knocking. Cannot stress this enough. Even wouldn't knock on that door. No, even considered knocking, really considered it. Considered it as fully as it is possible to consider anything, and decided against it. Her fate was elsewhere. Not gonna knock, even said to herself under her breath. So I'd better go obsessively focus on something else. Anything else. Okay, fine. You know what? Fine. Even knocked. But her parents didn't even wake up. Oh well, she thought, and then turned away from the door. There, you saw it, didn't you? There it was again.
Halt! None shall enter the... You can't be here, little girl. That's only more reason not to let a child in here. Why, I'd walk you home myself if I wasn't... Now run along, little girl. You shouldn't be here. The loading of junk onto boots. All day long, and all year long, and all life long, there's only one thing that happens here. Junk gets loaded onto boats. Sorry, that's classified. Top secret, very royal. Ah! The very idea that the Queen would not share her ultimate secrets with me, a random one-er security guard. No. No, I assure you, I definitely know all the good stuff. I'm, just not willing to share them. Ha! That may well be true, but that doesn't mean I should entrust the Queen's state secrets, which I assure you I'm definitely privy to. Now run along home.
whatever that spirit wanted, it seemed to involve bringing even here. But why?
Random rules. Well. Look at you. So far from home and all alone. You're lucky the Queen is looking out for you, child. You've heard the good news, haven't you? The Queen is a force of nature, like gravity or death. You can't argue with gravity. You don't debate death. You just go along with her, because you know her rule is law. She is eternal. She's never wrong. She makes the rules, random rules, and they're always right. It's incredible to live at the same time as such a wondrous being. I hope one day she notices me, up riding a shining spider stallion, notices my love for her, notices my worship. You can't escape her, you know. No one can. It's all perfectly designed. I'd love every minute of it.
Big city life. Oh, it must be so glamorous to be so cosmopolitan. So, you ever wonder what life's like in the other zones? So long.
That strange figure even knew that her fate was changing, that her future was suddenly filled with unknowns, and she also had the distinct feeling that she wouldn't be back home for quite some time. even could barely make out what the ghostly figure was. It was beautiful, inscrutable, and there seemed to be a sorrow to her. There was no time to think. Even was either going home to her parents without answers and with even more questions than before, or she was getting on that boat. She felt a pull, beckoning towards something new.
Oh, those are some nice cards you have there, kiddo. You find them yourself? Well, heck, let me take a look. Maybe these old papers will notice something you haven't. Well, look at these. Oh, these used to be everywhere, you know that? Oh, folks would trade them on the regular. Used to have quite a collection myself. I got them straight from the factories in 5 Tropolis where they made them, you know. Mint in books. Of course, that was before the war. A lot changed that night. Oh, we're still dealing with the consequences. Yeah, look around you, Missy. This ain't what things used to be. This ain't what things are supposed to be, either. The Queen, she distorted it all. Turned us from good, honest folks into whatever this is now. The most don't remember it. Only me, it feels like sometimes.
counted.
No. You don't get to come here. This is my reserve spot. You get your own. Now, go away. Who am I? Who are you barging in here demanding who I am? Oh, I'm even too. Even less interested in letting you in. Now leave. This is Herman's hidey hole. My little stowaway chamber, my realm of adolescence that you're not invited in. It's my ticket out of this muddy town. It means something that's delightful, like my room here. Wow. You really are just a kid, huh? Well, guess what? I myself was a kid once. Kid Herman. And now I'm adult Herman, and I'm getting out of here. Now go find your own spot. There are no... Well, come on. There's got to be other spots. Go find them. Oh, for the love of... Fine. You little guilt tripper. I'll let you in. Oh, but before I do, we got ourselves some house rules. 1, be quiet. 2, don't touch anything. And 3, be quiet and don't touch anything. Now don't make me regret this, kid. I'm stowing away on a quest, see? And if the crew here gets wind of it, both our gooses will be cooked. So just sit here all quiet-like and don't do anything. Shh, quiet, kid. I can't believe it. You're already breaking rules 1 and 3. Yeah, look, I'll tell you what. Just hide between those boxes and don't make any noise. You want to know about me? Here's the deal. I'm off to find my son, see? I'm headed for the cardmaker district, 5-tropolis, or whatever the Queen's calling it these days. And... Quiet, kid, or you'll ruin the whole thing. Just go to sleep, kid. I'll wake you when we're there. Well, the moment she'd let herself think about it, even realized she was actually exhausted. Tonight alone, she'd seen a ghost, run away from home, and boarded a ship traveling somewhere deep into the unknown heart of random. Would she ever return? It didn't matter. Odd was the only thing that mattered. With her sister's name on her lips, Even fell into a deep slumber.
I'm coming!
Even! You found me!
Stay right there! I'm coming!
Hello, Even.
You're home. It's where you belong.
What's in trouble? Trouble is odd.
At least she'll be a sixer.
A wanna is a wanna.
Is a wanna, is a wanna.
When you're right, you're right.
Even. Come stay with us. Do you want some tea? Why do you need to see her?
We've seen her before.
Listen to your mother, Even.
It's a dangerous world out there.
Listen to your mother, Even.
Stay here. It's safe here. We'll never leave you again. Not ever. Not ever, Even. We'll always be here, Even.
You'll always be her, Even.
Her desires are odd.
It's the only way she'll learn.
Go. Even if you're lost.
The Queen will find you.
Please, I want to go. I miss my sister. I miss my parents.
You're safe now. They can't hurt you anymore.
Hurt me? No, that's not right. They never... I don't think they...
They were denying you your future, robbing you of your true destiny. You're finally home.
Wake up, girl! No. This whole dang ship's falling apart. Today's a difficult day for you, Herman.
Wait! What am I supposed to do?
Take one of these bad boys! Has even lost sight of Herman. She realized she'd also lost sight of her last connection to home.
Okay, still alive. I can work with that. As long as I don't land on water, I should be able to work with that. Find time to remember I don't know how to swim.
She hoped desperately that she'd land somewhere near Sixtown, but the wind and the fates had very different plans for her indeed.
Ah! Whoa, where is this place?
She couldn't yet understand it, but Even had landed in the middle of something exceptional. These were the ruins of a time long past, and the magic she could almost sense in the air wasn't about to give up its secrets that easily.
I must be the first person to come here in decades. Hey, are you okay? Are you, okay? Well, thanks for saving me back there. You were really, well, heroic. Right. Okay. Talking to a dice. I better get going. You should too. This place is really dangerous. Oh, I mean, I guess you can tag along. The more the merrier, right? Okay, Even, keep it together. You're talking to a dice now, Even. And to yourself. There! Nicey! Oh, nice! Not a trap. Hey! Those are mine! You don't just take things from people. Ugh, fine. You could hold on to them, I guess. Just don't digest them. Watch out, Dice! I think these machines are coming alive too. Yep. They're attacking.
It was clear that these were no ordinary cards, and Dicey was no ordinary dice. Something extraordinary was awakening. understand what was happening to her and her new dice friend. But she didn't need to. Even and Dicey were moving as one. And
More cards? Oh, I wonder what these do. Listen, we're an incredible team, and as long as I'm going to be talking to you, I should probably know your name. Right. Well, how about if I just call you Dicey? Perfect. Well, let's see if we can find a way out of this place, Dicey.
to the entities that slumbered in this long-forgotten world, even had just become interesting. And that was seldom good. With each movement, the girl and her dice.
I'd be having a headache too. Right, well, we'll have to talk more later. But for now, let's just focus on surviving, yeah? It's like something out of Mum's drawings. Ready, Dicey? I'm choosing to take that as a yes.
These colossi were indeed colossal. Things were looking grim. While I know it's always disappointing when what you thought was a novel turns out to be a very short story, all I can do is apologize.
Dicey. You're quite something.
Even and Dicey finally had a moment to catch their breath, take a breather, and...
Dicey, wait!
Never mind.
Dicey! What's happening
I've always been here.
Snake-eyed freak! Dirty one, daughter! You don't belong here, oneer. Go back to your filth where you belong. Look at the dirty trash, Cyclops. My parents told me how oneers live. Like animals. Look at the dirty trash, Cyclops.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut...
What is going on here?
The other kids, they said I was a filthy oneer.
She is. She's not a sixer like us.
Oh, the dice doesn't lie, children.
Yeah, but she was just lucky. She's a oneer. You can smell it on her.
Oh, you think you're smarter than the black dice?
I mean, no. I just...
Oh, so now you're saying she is a sixer after all. So you've lied to me. Either way.
I mean...
Lying should be punished, Odd. Don't you agree?
You don't have to. I was just...
Now, there's no room for pity. Either everything's fair or nothing is.
A oneer! Off to the garbage for you!
I'm not garbage.
We'll agree to disagree, love. What's this? A lunchbox? Ha! A living lunchbox! Monster! I'm gonna tell the mayor!
Well, we're here. Let's see where here is, Dicey.
Even had a feeling, call it a hint, that her new friend Dicey would be able to open that door for her. All it would take would be a roll or two. And that feeling was correct.
Look, it's that ghost again.
Yes, I was just going to say that. But what did it want?
Did you hear? The new moon is finished. When it comes to the new moon, I'm of two minds. And they both love it.
DONDE, ya cosa, boy.
Good morning, world! It's a beautiful day, my favorite kind.
Any second now. Oh, curse it too. Though I suppose you can't have the sweet without the sour. Attention to town. Now hear this.
The Queen is wrong, but true. I repeat, the Queen is wrong, but true.
Her will is now manifest. Long may she reign. Random rules.
Oh, a two! What a delightful...
Way to make a perfectly awful day even worse. Another dreary day, everyone. Just muddle through this horrid life until death finally claims us.
Shut up!
You don't belong here. You don't belong here. Oi, what are you looking at? You heard me. We've got enough problems here without strange weirdos wandering around town. You are. I seen you when the dice got rolled. You didn't change a bit. That tells us you're not from Two-Town. I reckon you're a wanna, and you don't belong here.
It seemed to even that there were two sides to every story, especially here in Two-Town, where even the residents seem to be of two minds.
Hey! I've got cards to trade. Cards, cards, I got cards here, the greatest cards in the land, from my body to your hands. The very same. Why, I've got the best cards in all of Two-Town, only for the most discerning of customers. Oh, I can tell you've got an eye for cards. Always terrific to meet another connoisseur. Manny Dex, at your service. Yes, of course. It's a combination of card plus connoisseur. It's a portmanteau, you see, which I guess is itself a combination of ports and mantos. Whatever those are. Now listen, since you're a fellow connoisseur, and since business is slow, I'm gonna do you a solid, mate. Old Manny Dex is gonna give you a lovely binder to hold your cards in, on the house. We'll just need to teach you how to use it. Now then, what with that shiny new binder with all those blank pages in it, you're probably in the market for some new cards, eh? Well, good news! It just so happens I've got the greatest cards in the land from my body to your hands, ha-ha! And at the best prices too. Hey! I've got cards to... Hey! I've got cards to trade.
Even was beginning to learn a lot about this new part of random, but not, unfortunately, how to escape it. The door was locked. Perhaps someone nearby was in possession of a key.
Have you seen the Upside Down Town? I'm building it. The flipped city in the sky. You can't miss it. It's not just me, of course. Lots of construction jobs up there. That whole site was designed by Her Royal Highness, the Queen. It's the ultimate expression of Two-Town. Name's Smokey, by the way. That's it. That's exactly it. Everything must have its other half. It's only natural. Some call the Upside Down Town a mere distraction, a minor obsession of the Queen designed simply to keep us all busy. You know what those people are called? That's it. The Queen is amazing. Her ideas are amazing. The new city reflects that. It's the ultimate expression of Two-Town, what it was always meant to be. Two cities in one.
It was the Queen's Royal Robot Guards. She had to think fast. She had to roll the dice.
Hey, you. Question's not who I am, love. It's who you're with. That six-sided fellow by your side. Tell me about him. That ain't no dog. I think you got one of them dice by your side. See, most people wouldn't recognize them no more. They've been extinct for so long. Banned by the Queen, and she's got a terrifying black one. The only one left in all the land. Or so she thinks. I'm sure you don't. Having a dice is treason, after all. Be careful out there, love. There might not be many of us left who know what you're up to, but you can't fool everyone all of the time. See you around, kid. So, it does speak, and with the ancient dice tongue. How intriguing. Oh, feisty little one, ain't ya? No need to threaten the curious. Do say aye to the Queen once she does find you, hmm?
I don't know, Dicey, but I didn't like her one bit. Go on, Dicey! Dicey! Go on, Dicey! Go on, Dicey!
Oi, kid! You want crispy twins? Kids love crispy twins.
Sock 2 packs, one for each of you. It's the perfect
Oh. I need inspiration. I'd trade my Gobblegregor for a flash of genius. I'm through Pipkin, by the way. I am an artist, but not with paints or music. My art is the art of trading, and I want to push the art forward.
Say, you wouldn't be willing to trade for that costume your friend is wearing, are you?
I figured. Probably wouldn't fit too many folks anyway. Plus, people have traded costumes before. If you ever have anything to trade, you'll come see me, right? Especially something unusual. And maybe I'll offer you something amazing in exchange. Until then...
Bad spiders are very popular. Help! Help! I'm being attacked by robots!
I got a 50% off sale. That's twice as cheap as normal.
So,
Get
cool
your
dice
fresh
costume,
rum
kid.
straight out of the
Careful, you're
tube.
interested in it.
The heart of Town was even greater and bigger and scarier than in the most outlandish stories she'd heard the Junkers tell in one croft.
That is such a creative dice costume. No way, Ronaldo.
Hi, I'm Harry. I love the Upside Down Town. It's a whole second Town.
And I can't stand them. I hate that stupid thing. It's a huge mistake. Sorry, you must have been speaking to my other half. I hate it.
By which I mean, it rules! I have made it up. The Upside Down Town is amazing, and I love it forever, and...
I hate it. Worst idea we ever had.
Brilliant in both conception and execution. A
disaster in waiting that will
make everyone happy.
To die one day so that they can escape this horrible monster city.
And then go to heaven, which will be exactly like the new Upside Down Town. You know, my doctor said the same thing. That getting so overwhelmed with the upside downs of this world all the time wasn't good for me. I called him an insensitive low roller and left, but maybe this time I should listen.
Hi! Hello! Indubitably, we're twins. We finish each other's sentences. We double each other's happiness. We share each other's husbands. We multiply each other's... Wait, what? What? You said we share each other's husbands. Yep, I don't. You've been kissing my husband? Oh my God! Two-timer! It's double the fun. Please excuse us. We need to talk about this. Sorry.
That's a spiffy dice costume, kid. My grandmother told me about him.
Help! Help! I'm being attacked by robots!
Over here!
my bacon there, kid. Look, let me repay you with a deal. I'm looking to trade a weird-looking four-sided skull for a Gubblegregger. That'll be just the thing I need to Gubblegreg my way out of future robot trouble. What do you say, kid? You don't know what a Gubblegregger is? Forget it then, kid. But, you know, do come back if by any chance you happen to find one.
Words for sale. Who wants to buy a word? Here's one for free. Syzygy.
Hello! Can I interest you in a potion? Wait a minute. I don't know you. I only sell potions to my regular customers. I don't give out my art willy-nilly. You're not from around here, are you? You must feel lost. It would be logical to give her a summary of the town that she finds herself in. I was getting to that. Jeez. It would be logical of me to give you a summary of the town you find yourself in. As you may have noticed, we're big into duality here, even though it has its not unsubstantial downsides. By the card makers, I'm speaking, Jorid! Split personality, though ours is more unfortunate than most. Jared and I don't agree on very much these days. A keen question suggesting a logical mind. Everyone in Two Town is split, but it's not always the same way. I am fated to always be battling my other half, but even on my worst days, I know that it's fair. We battle it out and it's a great system. As you can see, Jorid and I are in conflict a lot. We want different things in business, in life, in love. In that some of us don't want love because it's an illogical distraction. And some of us want to get mad kissy. Also, we are at loggerheads over the direction of our business. But not for long. I am working on a potion to decide this once and for all. Yes, a potion to decide who is in charge. Whoever drinks it will be the leader once and for all, regardless of what the dice say. Which will be me. You misspoke, as anyone could clearly see that I am intended to be the one in charge. If you simply reason it out, you'll see that, you know what? I have had it with your condescending and your precious logic. An emotional and frankly embarrassing response, dare I say, cringe-worthy? You two enjoy talking. I'm out of here. La 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 la, can't hear you. La 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 la, can't hear you. We have a few moments of privacy. There is one thing. That potion I mentioned. I need ingredients to finish it. And I'm afraid time is of some matter because my partner is working on a similar potion. One that will lock me out for good. It's logical, therefore, that I finish my potion first. So, if you'd be so kind as to find what I need before that happens, I would appreciate it. Even with these fingers in my ear, that sounded like a no. But perhaps it was a yes? It's logical for me to assume that it was a yes. Yes. Now then, I require 3 bloobs. Unremarkable organisms distinguished by their loud screams. Listen for their sounds and you'll find them. And don't worry about harvesting them for my experiments. My research indicates that it is actually quite ethical and logical for me to do this. I assure you it makes no difference to them. They loathe their existence all the same. All I require is that you find 3 bloobs for me, and I'll have all that I need. Oh, and there's a mighty reward in it for you. In conclusion, what I've said is highly intriguing, and if I were you, I'd go find those bloobs. Promptly. Farewell, kind stranger. He's gone, yeah? Perfect! Listen, before you go, that potion that we're working on, I need ingredients first to finish it. Because as soon as he gets control again, my partner is going to invent a potion to lock me out for good! There's no stopping him. It's logical. So, if you'd be so kind as to find what I need before that happens, I'd be much obliged. Oh, nobody's going to die. It'll be fine. But I trust you, and you don't need to decide now. Get the bloobs, only give them to me instead of him. Got it? Oh, and there's a reward in it for you. I know, it's so intriguing. If I were you, I'd go find those ingredients to discover what it is.
You want to trade your cards? I know you do.
And lo, did the Queen bless us with not 1, but 2 towns, and 2 moons.
Behold, the door to 3 Town. Alas, the door was sealed shut, and only a roll of a 3 would open it. But Evan's friend was 1 dot short. He could only roll a 1 and a 2, and Even would have to find a way to upgrade him.
Strange. What's up with these little guys? Well, I wonder if they could fix you.
Roll your dice and defeat all enemies. It's that simple.
As though Dicey was affecting that giant board game.
A bubble that slows time up here. treasure to the board game. A slow time bubble has appeared. The game is almost over, but who will win?
Quiet down! I'm old and I'm tired, and You can hear that, can't you? That noise! Dang it. I'm trying to sleep, and that blabbed bloob is up on my roof making a ruckus. Lady, you'd do an old man's heart good if you could see your way to clearing those dang bloobs off my roof. All I want to do is nap. I'm old. I've spent more hours awake than anyone, and I deserve some moments of blessed unconsciousness. Quiet unconsciousness. You'll help me, won't you? I'll reward you or something. Thank you, little one. You've made an old man's heart want, which will happen as soon as this old man's... Please don't. You dang little bloob critter!
Thank you, little one.
And lo, did the number 2 come to random, and lo, it was good. Oh dear, do I have
A dice! Child! Yes, you! Come closer. You, child! I believe we can be useful to each other. Oh, not in a direct way, but there is something else you may be able to achieve in the meantime. You see, I've noticed that you have a dice with you. Right, a good act, child. You'll need your wits to survive what's coming, I'd wager. So, let's say, hypothetically, you have a dice, which of course you don't, which means you, hypothetically, have experience in their identification and true nature. I've heard tell of a dice circulating Cellar Street. Of course, it's been so long since a true dice has been here. People don't entirely recognize it for what it is. And if these rumors were true, well, I dare say you could be the one to find it. The folks dimly sense it has value. They treat it as something rare. I believe someone like yourself could trade for it. Hypothetically, of course. Well, I'd be interested, and I'd make it worth your while. I've heard stories around Cellar Street. There's all sorts of strange items for trade there. I've told you all I can. Oh, except that I've heard whispers that someone is buying words, and someone else is selling them, and that would be where I'd start. Make yourself useful, child. Trade and trade until... And then you give it to me, and I will...
I got words for sale here. Choice. My rarest word. That's a tall order. What do you have to offer in trade? I'm listening. How does a small girl like you know an adult word like that? Adlubescence. Oh, learning it is a pleasure. The breath of the essence sound, the mouth feel of adlube. Oh, the rarity of it. Oh, this is a word I can definitely sell. Tell you what, I'll give you a great word in exchange too. Oblectament. Close. Oblectament. It means a source of... For example, learning adlubescence is an oblectament. Thank you again, kid. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Bye. Beautiful. Use it well, kid. Who wants to buy a word? I got clinic... Mania looking for a good home here. It means wanting to stay...
get your fresh roll straight out of the tube. That's dinner for two.
Get your pre-chewed food here. Smooth and silky. Food's not nice unless it's been chewed once.
Not the one. You wouldn't happen to have anything, would you? A word? Now that's interesting. I've never traded in words before. This could be a whole new marketplace. Oh, that is a beautiful word. Oblectament. I would like some oblectament, please. Yes, it is a good word, and that means it has value. Oh, this is going to be great! Let me compensate you for that word by giving you a Gubblegregor in exchange. They're very futuristic. Imagine not knowing what a Gubblegregor is. Hilarious. You're all right, kid. Good sense of humor. Here's the Gubblegregor. Just be great, kid.
Shroud, get your fresh roll straight out of the tube. That's dinner for two.
Please, trade the Gubblegregor to me. I'm sure this skull I'm offering is invaluable. It must be. Thank you. Here, have this, fossilized, forget it, it's not important. But this has got to be the rarest thing in all of Two Town.
I got so many words, kid. Got a sale on bucolic right now if you're interested.
You have the ingredients! Brilliant! That's all I need. Remember, you did say you'd give them to me. Thank you! Oh, thank you! Oh, just need to mix them together and... Okay. Perfect! It's just me! For the first time, it's just me! Thank you for this. Let me give you something in exchange. You know what? By the cards, it's so quiet without him in my head. I may actually miss him already. He'd say that's only logical. It's funny.
Impossible! By the card makers. Or rather, it was a dice. I expected you would. I want to say thank you, child. That alarms you, doesn't it? Yes, dice can die. It was a catastrophe. The Queen, child, decided that she should be the only one to wield a dice. And so she waged war on them, and on those who'd wield them. When she finds out there's still a dice, and still a wielder, well, she will be apoplectic. It's not a threat, little one. It's an observation, gleaned from harder, hypothetically speaking. But don't worry, your secret is safe with me. As for this poor dice, I'm going to return it to where it belongs. I suspected. There are some of us who remember the old ways, child. The valley is hidden far below random, and far from the Queen's prying eye. I'd wager you don't fully know. I'm glad to hear it. I hope you are. Goodbye, child. Take care, and...
Even knew that the door wouldn't open until Dicey had a third pip. Which was good, because it saved me from having to repeat myself. Again, that door won't open unless Dicey has a third pip, which he does not. The door would never open unless maybe, just maybe, Dicey could somehow get a third pip in this town. The door was closed and would remain so until Dicey could roll a 3. There simply wasn't any way around that, and that's final.
All this tunus reminds me of Odd. I promise you, sister, I am coming for you.
As she looked up, Even began to realize that Two Town's name was easily twice as literal as she'd suspected. They seemed to be constructing a second town.
I've had enough of this job. Ouch. Okay, all right. Huh? Oh, a dice? Where did you come from, little one?
Let him go! That's right. You better smarten up and look where you're going, or I'll...
Well, you're very angry for someone so small.
I'm not small. You're a big, clumsy giant who goes around sitting on my friends.
Again, I apologize. It was an accident.
All right, apology accepted. Look, I'm trying to find my sister, and I've got to get through that big old door.
Name's Seymour. Haven't seen your sister, though. Thing is, I don't see too much of anything these days, and not since the nanny confiscated most of my eyes. 2 of them for Two Town, she said. Oh, not like that. Nanny Fortuna. Old lady, right hand of the Queen. She is as mean as she is old. Anyway, once she gave my eyes to the mayor, they disappeared. I haven't heard any news about them since. So, it seems like we both have a reason not to like her. The Civil War and Freedom, you know, tried to desert it and got sentenced for treason. I wasn't doing any good there anyway. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But enough about that. What's up with this dice? I haven't seen a real one in years. I see you're missing a couple of pips, little one, if you're gonna go anywhere. You are new, aren't you? Door to 3 Towns forever locked. Keeps the district separate by order of the Queen. You'd need to roll a 3 to open it, and since nobody has a dice anymore, well, they stay closed. But your little friend's so close to 3. I could fix you, but I can't. Not unless I get my missing eyes back. Oh, if only a brave dice wielder would find it in her heart of glory to begin a quest to find... Absolutely! I'm certain the nanny passed my eyes on to the mayor. Of course, if she'd given them to the right mayor, getting them back would be easy, but she gave them to that upside-down one. Ugh, what a nightmare. Oh, that's a good one. Heck no! We'd all be in Six Town, living the high life, relaxing by whatever it is that Six Towners relax by. A pool of gold, probably. Especially not since that nanny has given my eyes to that. So, yeah, find my eyes, and I can definitely help you. So, you'll help out old Seymour? Be careful with that two-faced mayor. Okay, if you need me, I'll be over at the town square, near the door to Freedom.
Even decided that she felt a kinship with this sad, large monster. He'd been hurt by the same people who...
Low down there. That I am. Well, one of them at least. And you, young lady, are... well met, Even.
At last, Even had arrived at the mayor of Two Town, the administrator of this land, and the alleged thief of Seymour's eye.
What brings you to my office today, Even? You're trying to blind your mister with your swollen thigh. Mine a twister for some colon. Grind your... why don't you take the elevator and step into my...
It's like a shining city in the sky.
Yes, hello. Step into my office, such as it is. Don't mind the thing sticking out of my hat. He's... how best to explain this? I had a lot on my mind about this upside downtown project. It was starting to get out of hand, and then one day he was just there.
I've always been here.
Right. We'd better keep our voices down, Even, if we are to keep this conversation away from his ears. I'm sure you noticed the changes here, Even. Our personalities becoming personified now. That's what Royam is. He's growing out of my hat, and I don't know how to stop him. I don't know how to fix this town, Even, and I don't know why I'm telling you this. Oh, I suppose you just have a face one can trust. In any case, what brings you to the mayor today? What's that, little girl? You want to know how our first-past-the-post democratic system works? Why, I'd be happy to explain it. Okay, I think that warded him off. That thing growing out of my hat has a name. Royam. What? Oh, I never thought of that. Anyway, Royam is my opposite side. He's much more self-assured than I am, which normally would be great. But well, for starters, he's wasting precious time and people on this upside down. He's my opposite. But at the end of the day, that's the grand thing about Two Town, isn't it? Everyone's got the other half. It's just like breathing. I'm afraid not even. Despite my title, I'm in no position to help you. But, well, if you dared, you could try talking to Royam directly. I shouldn't even be mentioning his name. But, well, you need my help.
Greetings, my name is Royam, and I'm in charge. You know I'm the boss because I'm so... I was about to say that. That's my rhyme. You're very rude to point out my struggle. As mayor, I've got lots of priorities to... Stop interrupting me, I almost had it! Ah! Him, the mayor, don't make me laugh. He's less than the smallest member of my... Yes, I was about to say that. You have met but an idiotic fool. I'm surprised he's not covered in his own... Look, you've broken my flow and made me stop rhyming. I'm busy with the construction of my masterpiece, my legacy, my gift to random of that wondrous second moon, and you're interrupting me? What do you want? Why should I deal with you? I am the designer, builder, overseer of the new Two Town. The better one. Much you want your friend's eyes back, don't you? Good. Very good. There's something you need to know. There, you see? I'm struggling with my poem about the moon, and I'd like to have it done real quickly. You know what? That gives... yes, that's it precisely. Just teach me how to rhyme. In a nice manner. Here's my offer, take it or leave. Bring me a perfect poem about the moon, and I'll grant you Seymour's eyes. Ah, you are good. Yes, that's the deal we have struck. Go find rhymes and I'll think of it eventually. Get to it before I change my mind. It's only temporarily that our interests are parallel to each other. My origins are as amazing as they are obscure. Stop into... Farewell, you cooked. I build my city in the sky. Go on, don't be shy. We need a new city that's way up at a significant height. Been dealt a bad hand, have you? Ah, never mind. Trade it in for a new one with me. Old Manny Dix.
Oh, my disgrace! I was pinned down by those vile machines, but now they're scrap. So thank you. The name's Big Red. Even, huh? Well, you're big even to me now. Big's an honorific, you know. Big Red and Big Even. What brings you up here to this horrible place, Big Even? I wish I could help, but I got a life here. A precious little life, but it's mine. And now that I can move free... Oh, you'd remember. I got sent here instead. He made some sort of deal. Little Joe tricked me. His own twin sister. So now... Oh, I was, for sure. And I was of two... I know what he did was wrong, and I know he knows it. I just want to go home. And now I can! Thank you! You've really made a difference. Oh, please, take this. It's my way of saying...
They said it wasn't possible. They said it was a lie. Meet Miss Mystique from Papo's Wild Circus, the woman with 3 personalities. Miss? I could use that word.
All is going according to plan. I truly am. Sounds great.
A good night's sleep is every evening's prize. Sleep twice as well when you wear sleeping eyes. Sleeping eyes? Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Game Master's beard. What are you doing here? This is an active construction site. We have work to do here, kid. It doesn't matter what your name is. You can't be here, kid. Look, we're all under a tight schedule here. I can't stop work just to... But by the card makers, we can't have kids wandering around. Come on, get going, before my other side pitches in on what to do about you.
Listen to Crooner Hairy Harry's new double-length record. Inspired by the new moon of Two Town. It's twice as good as his last album. Croon. That's a nice poetic word. A feast for the senses, a balm for the body, a spiritual bouquet. You simply have to try Crazy Cryptid's Chopped Cheese Blue. Now half price every second Tuesday. Huh. Spiritual bouquet. It's a nice turn of phrase.
There. Even had all the material she needed to face Royam in a battle of rhymes. But did she have the skill? Well, there was only one way to find out.
So, you want to try this again? Very well. It all comes down to this. If you come at me with a moon poem, you'd better not. Perfect, yes. Let us begin. We shall pluck the wings from painted butterflies to fan the moonbeams from Two Towns. Yes, ooh, I like that very much. Let's proceed. And we shall be made minions of the moon to look forward to everything the mayor doth. Yes, there's no rule that says a poem can't talk up the poet some. Well done. Now, last verse. And we shall always swear by the 2 moons, for they change each day. The upside down town is the only place that offers such perfect rhymes. For a perfect moon. I think I have it, yes. Well done, little poet. You have earned yourself quite a boon. Oh, I am constantly growing, building my body to become a real being. Poetry, on the other hand, this is what... Oh, but of course, I promise you I will dig into that matter. Meanwhile, I want to give you something else. I grant you access to the second moon's staging grounds. Few have ever had the... Construction is on schedule, of course it is. I'm the best there is in this construction line of employment.
Beautiful, I guess, in its own sort of strange way.
Dealt a bad hand, have you? Oh, never mind. Trade it in for a new one with me. Oh, man.
So this was the famed second moon, Mayor Royam's masterpiece. It was actually kind of a trap.
Roll your dice and lead the playing piece into the structure of the Royam's second moon. That can't be right.
The playing piece is blocked by an adversary. Destroy the adversary to advance.
A new opening has been opened.
The playing piece is blocked by an adversary. Destroy the adversary to advance.
No time bubble has appeared. The playing piece has opened a doorway.
The playing piece is blocked by an adversary. Defeat the adversary to advance.
Time bubble has appeared. Ah, the bridge is broken. The great incoming bombers! Win the game? We shall soon find out.
The blocking adversary has been defeated. The playing piece can now advance.
even had a feeling she had broken the moon, and that somehow Mayor Royam wasn't too happy about that. Oh, feeling confirmed.
Even! What did you do? At one moment, Royam was upon me, overseeing the construction. And in the next, he'd torn himself free and went off howling at the moon. There's no saying what he's capable of now that he's free from my influence. Then it is very good luck for us, dear child, that you escaped with your life. Be very careful, even. I don't know what happens next. We're in uncharted territory here. Whatever you do, be careful.
Been dealt a bad hand, have you? Do one with me, old Manny Dix.
Hello there, Even, you little monster.
Royam.
You come here into a town full of strangers, and the first thing you do is destroy my beautiful moon. Oh, Even, you've made me very angry.
Look, if you'll just give me the eyes, I'll...
These eyes? You want me to give them to you? I'm not giving you anything, child.
But you promised! When I gave you rhymes, you said I earned them, and...
Oh, you have earned something. Take a deep breath, Even, because it's the last thing you'll ever take from anyone.
Foolish little girl, you're going to lose because I rhyme tight when I follow my personified force of creativity. No, Muse, you didn't let me finish. Stop robbing me of my rhymes before I get to them. Only I may ride this lyrical flow, got it? Russia! To me, you're just an annoying butt, and my robots are gonna tear out your guts! Yes, your guts! Ah, ha, ha! I hope your loved one... My robots will reduce your skin to gelatin.
If bad rhymes were deadly, you'd be invincible, Ram.
Let's see how you handle this one. You thought you were a knight, but you're a knave, and I'm gonna send you to an early death hole. I was getting there. I was gonna get there in 1 second. I hope people won't think you're too shoddy when they discover that you're dead. This is the rhyme that's going to end your time here in Random. My parents wanted me to be a goat herder, but I'd much rather be an even... Silence! I was going to think of that eventually. I won't go back! I can't go back! It's not fair! No!
The colossal and terrifying upside-down mayor was now stored inside a different and nicer mayor's head. Even and Dicey had done an excellent job, and I was doing an excellent job narrating it. Not that they'd ever realized. Even was learning the world was even stranger and more threatening than in the stories her mother told her. But she was also learning that she didn't have to face it completely alone. Now, all Even and Dicey had to do was return the eyes to Seymour. With his vision restored, he'd be able to give Dicey his third pip, which would be all. They'd made it. Even and Dicey had survived. And what's more, defeated Royam, the dark side of the mayor. But the journey was far from over. Sorry, be quiet now. Yeah, I just get so carried away sometimes. It's just so exciting being a storyteller, you know? Okay. Now.
It is good to be whole once again. Because if you cut off a limb, you'd want it back too, would. Furthermore, I think I've learned mediocre poetry. Thank you for your help, Even. Without him, I'm not the same. But he says hello, by the way, Even. Goodbye, Even. You will always have my thanks.
And so, Even went to give Seymour his eyes back. I'm positive he was dying to make eye contact with his pupils once again. And wait a minute. Oh dear. These are terrible. I'll edit them out later.
Thank you again. You'll come back to visit me, won't you? It's so quiet here all by myself. So lonely. You even start to miss life.
Words for sale. Who wants to buy a word?
That's a spiffy Dutch-coasting tea. My grandmother told me about him.
But I didn't do anything to my twin. How did you? It was a moment of weakness. I didn't think it through. It's awful in the upside-down town, and I just knew I'd hate it there. And Big Red is so easy to trick because she's me. We're the same person, born into two different. I'm so ashamed. She's got the best parts of the two of us. You're right. I have so much regret. I don't. Please, will you help? You did? Now she's going to kill me! And I'm grateful that you've let me take back the greatest mistake of my life. But at least now I have a chance to fix it. I wouldn't have that without you. And here, for luck, better than mine.
That is such a creative dice costume.
I got words for sale here. Choice words.
Gloriosa.
Hey, what happened? I heard a ruckus.
Long story. But I've got your eyes, Seymour.
Oh, my peepers and weepers. Oh, I've missed you so much. Much better. And as for those pips, if you don't mind, it just takes a little precision, the utmost finesse, and... boom! Done. Good as new, little buddy. Hey, thank you for helping me properly see again. I mean, I suppose I could. There is room for more. All over random there. Keep your eyes peeled. And senses, even sharper even. Oh, and remember. So, what are you gonna do now? I know you'll find her even. You found my eyes. And they're probably way smaller than your sister, right? So, there you have it. Well, I wish you well on your next adventure. And if I could give you some semi-solicited advice, every roll of the dice matters. Anytime. Bye, even. I'll miss you, but I'm sure we'll see each other again in...
The girl was a long way from home, about to enter the land of three. Who knew what adventures awaited her there? The answer is me. I do. I'm the narrator. But for Even and Dicey, the adventure was just beginning. And Even's sister was still out there, somewhere, lost in random.
Home, I guess.
Don't touch that!
You mustn't ever touch that odd. Ever! Never touch it again. Of course, you could never break anything I've built. Nobody could. But you could inconvenience me. And you never want to do that. Anyway, forget it. Because I have something for you, Odd. Something special. No, you can't have anything. But you can earn it. Go on, try it. I had it made just for you.
above even was one of the Queen's royal spiders, the kind that had taken away Odd on that terrifying night. They were the collectors of children who were to become Sixers.
Come on, Dicey! We can't let it get away! Hurry! She's in our sights! Not today, spider monster! You! Oh, wait! Wait! Did you see those robots? What do you mean you've seen bigger?
I always knew I was a Sixer at heart. I knew! I'll do all sorts of important work for the Queen while Bernard mops the floor.
Hey, where is Bernie?
Bernard is gone!
A Sixer child is missing! I repeat, a Sixer is missing. I can be rewarded. Rescue rules by the grace of the Queen.
Look! It's Bernie! From back home! Of course we should help him. He'll be eaten alive out here.
The spider seemed impossible to get into at the moment. Oh, but perhaps Bernie would know how to get to her sister. Even knew...
Come on! We've got to find him!
Oh, yes, yes. Time was of the essence. I was done anyway. Freedom was a district tearing itself apart in a three-way civil war. A murdered father, 3 siblings, each suspecting the other of the deed. And a giant battle droid, given to each by the Queen to settle the matter.
dealt a bad hand, have you? Oh, never mind. Trade it in for a new one with me. Old Manny Dix. Oh, hello. You've made it to Three Town, have you? Be careful here. Those triplets don't mess around. But then again, that just gives you 3 good reasons to buy some cards, eh? I could ask you the same thing. But now we're both here, and that means one thing. Let's trade cards! Let me answer that question with a question. Who could possibly dwell on... So...
I'm noble, you understand. Heck, most of us are. This bell belonged to my family, don't you know? It still does, I suppose. It has. I'm noble, you understand. Heck, most of us here are. You're the only one here like that, It belonged to the triplets, and before then, it belonged to the Lord or King of Freedom. Before... Just so. But I'm a distant relative, far enough to stand outside the daily battles and to not... You know, I have another distant relative, a cousin of mine, that I haven't heard from in some time. Not since this cursed Civil War started. If I could see her again, I'd tell her that I miss her. That's all. It's silly, but you never think of... And it would do my heart good to know that she knows I do miss her. But it's too dangerous. Please excuse me.
The attack has begun! The king must be saved! What? Identify yourself, stranger! I am Nishka, and I used to protect somebody important, I think. A ruler, maybe? Before the war. Oh, Even, you sweet child. You can't keep clinging to the past. The king's dead and gone now for... What? How did you know my name? A lucky guess. About what? What were you guessing about? The king! Protect the king from danger!
Oh boy, I can't wait to get back home. But I can't get back home without knowing the way. Or can I? Oh, hey, mister. Do you know the way to one... oh, wow. You want a hug? Okay.
Wow, it's pretty cold in here and dark too.
Alive? I thought I saw one running around here recently. A young lad, boxy clothing. Can't say I did, unfortunately. But you'd better find him quick, before the Shadow Man does. Everyone knows about the Shadow Man.
Kids never run around here unsupervised. That's what the Shadow Man ensures. All I know is that if a kid's missing, the Shadow Man's probably got him. As well they should. You should be a...
Leave me alone. I'm busy. Everything's important to someone. If there's a kid running around unattended, the Shadow Man probably has him by now. Oh, you really are in over your head. Oh, you are clever, but I don't know him. If you stay a spell, all Margarine Took can tell you about him. The Shadow Man. He was born in the time of the first nightmare, and he lives on to this day. But not like you or I. He lives in the walls of Mulgrew Alley, and he can always see you, but you can only see him when it's dark. Snuff out the lights in Mulgrew Alley, and you'll find him there. Wait, if he were merely a ghost, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Goodbye. I do not think...
You want to know about the Shadow Man. The Shadow Man comes when night eats day. He'll come and take your child away. And you might cry, and you might pray. But the Shadow Man comes when night eats. He don't like shine, and he don't like sun. He'll come out the walls when the daylight's done. Snuff out Mulgrew Alley's lights. Then you best run, for the last night of the Shadow Man has sounds to me like your... You want to know about the Shadow Man?
Dicey, over there! Come on, Dicey!
Even suddenly felt like she was being watched. And to tell you the truth, I did too.
Are you the Shadow Man?
Oh, I have many names, little one.
Okay, fair enough. Have you seen a little boy? About yay high?
Let me think. This one?
Oh, wow, even is that you? I'm so glad to see you. Can you believe that I'm stuck?
Let him out!
Haven't you heard the bedtime stories? I'm what goes bump in the night. I'm what comes for children when they roam a little too far from home. Or what I used to do anyway. Before... He's mine now. I won't be letting him go. I believe you'd call that leverage. You'd think you'd know not to insult someone who's holding all the cards. Or in this case, besides, you don't have what... Nothing you have, child. And I suspect nothing you can bring me. That remains to be seen. But perhaps you're right. I want the same thing all of us want here. No, I'm not. I'm the creature that moves in the dark time. But people only truly fear things that move in the dark during peace. During war, they are surrounded by greater... If you want me to give you Bernard, then I want you. I don't care how. I don't care about anything even. Except being feared by everyone. I've been around for centuries even. I know more. You alone carry the power to figure it out. Or you will never see your precious Bernard, or any other child I choose to take again. Then consider it.
To save Bernard from the wretched Shadow Man, even had to end Threedom's civil war. It was a hard task, an impossible task, but she wasn't going to let her friend die. The first thing she needed was information. Perhaps some of the locals would be willing to share what they knew.
That poor woman. Have you seen Nishka?
Fascinating. Fascinating.
You, I remember you. We've spoken before, haven't we? No, I don't remember much, and I'm sorry, what did you want? Oh, with the children. The 3 children, well, something happened. No, I was there to protect him. I was his bodyguard, and he was betrayed. We were betrayed. Done wrong. I'm sorry, it was such a shame, I'm sorry, I forgot what we were talking about. Hello, the children of the king. Such beautiful babies. They grew up into such wonderful young men and women. The Duke, the Baroness, and the Count. Such a gift. The entire royal court was so... I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't remember. Oh, that's very nice. You're a nice young... The children of the king. Such beautiful babies. They grew up into such wonderful young men and women. The Duke, the Baroness, and the Count. She's tough as nails. Tough as cannons, really. She once aimed a cannon at me to stop me from giving her a bath. The only thing that impresses her is he's paranoid, capricious, and fearful. But his heart's in the right. I wouldn't call him a glutton for life. He once told me his goal was to eat every animal in the kingdom, all in one single dish. Oh, that's very nice. You're a nice young lady. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that these days I don't remember things as well as I used. But there have been times where an object reminds me of things. Holding an important artifact that reminds me of a person or an event. That could bring it all back. Can you find these objects for me? One for each triplet. That could bring it all back. Oh, and I'm sorry, find what? Oh, if only I could remember. That platform reminds me. I'm supposed to warn travelers about something. I'm supposed to say something very, very important. Oh well, it's probably fine, and we should all stop worrying about it.
Seeing the ease at which Dicey affected the world, even was surprised to find herself feeling a little bit frightened of him. How could someone so small and innocent contain so much untamed power? And now, even suddenly felt like she had the world on her shoulders. Could she solve the mystery of the king's murder?
It's the Count! Ladies and gentlemen, the Count has won the role!
The only thing I can't predict are the rolls of the Queen's dark dice. But everything... Hi there. I'm Tea-Time Tootsie. I used to be our late King's master planner. Hey, we don't choose our names, our parents did. Oh, well, the Nanny Fortuna renamed me after my, previous mother. Every day I watch the battles and come up with the most thrilling stratagems for the next day. The only thing I can't predict are the rolls of the Queen's dark dice, but everything else observation, my dear girl, which leads to knowledge. Knowledge, to coin a phrase, is power. I just invented that saying right now. Every day the dice is rolled, and every day one of the Colossuses moves. Sarcasm. I can detect that too. But what everyone else has failed to notice is how the winning Colossus brings most of the robots he commands with it. Do any of the triples use this information? Perhaps attacking from behind on the day the dice favors them? No. Only I see it. By the order of Nanny Fortuna, I am not to work for either of them. Although I would be interested in learning more about the triplets for observational purposes only. Tell you what, if you meet them...
Someone has entered your ruin, castle, Your Grace.
I swear, it must be my bloody sister, the Baroness, or my fancy-pants brother who thinks he's so much better than me, sending their assassins to smother me in my sleep. But this Count is awake and ready for you! You hear that, assassins?
I've got cars to trade. Don't you want to follow suit? I know you do.
You don't? He's great! There's definitely no downsides to the man. Everything he does is so ground. Now that's something. I deny it! Okay, I gotta go. If we talk cat, wait until the queen roll.
You're here to kill me, aren't you? Want to murder me? Bah! War! Have you ever marched out into a battle? I don't know. Assassin school? Unlike you, mysterious interloper, I have been in battle. You're being obsequious. You're being kind because you want me to let my kids can be assassins. I've heard of it in stories that may or may not have been based on truth. End it? How can you end it when the Colossus has already moved more than once today? This war is only heating up. What do I need? Everything! My bodyguard is dead, the war goes poorly, and then well, and then poorly again. And on top of that, Count Shmoo has been kidnapped. Nishka, the only one I could trust besides my father. She disappeared when he was... She was the whole family's bodyguard. She was great. Of course. Obviously, I would keep track of that. Someone took it. A little bird whispered that it's locked up in the head of the broken colossus that used to be my father's. It should be well, even if she's alive, that leaves my lands undefended and myself... War bores me. It's just, oh no, this person died. Oh no, this other person... The third of his name, yes. He was stolen from me by the vicious Baroness, my meanie of a sister. Shmoo is like a... So that's the deal. Find my plushie, and I'll give you... Well, I don't know what I've got like that. It is yours if you recover Shmoo for me. Deal?
The Count was an odd duck. And a paranoid duck, too, come to think of it. But Even was now one step closer to triggering Nishka's memories. And possibly, just possibly, ending this war in freedom.
Bold of you to be just running around here.
Golkash narmene, keino gamnarf oge. Rak das oge doge nota norego malaha horgo da keme hena okos kemenena no haina kokos kus korahane.
Friends, citizens, compatriots, let yourself eat cake, for now arrives the winner of the role, the Duke.
Now there's the face of a girl who wants to trade cards, and I've got good news for you.
Poor Even. You still don't know how to say what you want.
Hello, Ethan. You're not asking the right questions. You're still not asking the right questions. But I wonder if you can help me, Ethan. My sisters. The children of the king aren't the only triplets in Threedom. In the middle of this war, my twins disappeared, unlike you. Can you find them for me? That's not important. You'll know them when you see them. After all, you knew me. If you find them, tell them to meet me at the safe spot, over by the sword bridges. Find us there once we're all gathered, and I will have something for you. You'll find us among the teapots, in the trenches, and under the ground. I hope to see you again, Even.
Sir, 1,000 apologies, sir, but your mid-afternoon cake was burnt in the chef's oven.
A cake flambe? Oh, how delightfully decadent. I'll take the whole thing.
But sire, it's burnt to a crisp.
Ooh, a new flavor I haven't experienced for years. What an amusing diversion. Have chef serve it to me at dinner, and if he refuses, kill him, and then yourself.
Yes, sir.
The Duke certainly lived in style. Oh, it was all a show, and the horrors of war did sometimes bleed through the artifice the Duke had constructed. But if he ever noticed it, he certainly never let it show.
You don't fit in here, my dear. Yes, I expect you are. We don't get many visitors here, and those that come tend to be unable...
You may approach. No. This simply will not do. That is not how you greet a duke, child. Leave, and return only when you can greet me properly.
Hello, darling. You're a long way from home, aren't you? No, darling. That's not how you address a superior. In this kingdom, whenever you meet someone of a higher station, you must always... There you go, darling.
Well, I never. Look at you. You're the spitting image of an unskilled laborer. Perhaps a chimney sweep? Child, no. You simply can't address people this way. You must always use their titles. For example, it's a simple matter of respect. You're very welcome, little lady.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance, child. Look at you, child. Why, you might as well be dressed in rags. Who are you? And what brings... Oh, no, child. That is not how you introduce yourself in conversation. You must always curtsy first. Oh, no, heavens no. You want just a slight bob at the end, child. It's always so unseemly when a lady goes down too far and then... Oh, wonderful, yes. Perfectly wonderful. Now, what did you want to discuss? I'm afraid I wouldn't know about that. Pity.
Ole puota, snällmin. Ainakin, tämä snakke. Narmnaha, oget skakat mhane. Kamba tukumona, tukumhanaha. Tofko, mene kallin. Take, mole meikkana. Oketo, men heillä. Take mun heireho, to kuikka neihnaho. Tikku, remeneinanoi.
You may approach. Yes. So. Oh. Well now. Finally some respect around here. Well met, Lady Even. What brings you to the company of the Duke, the one and only rightful ruler of Freedom today? Our old bodyguard. Oh, heavens, what is there left to say? She protected us until she didn't. And my dear father paid the price. I haven't heard from her. Oh, good for her. I should send her a cake. Only, we haven't one to spare. You want to... No, out of the question. I have only your word that she's even alive. All right. I, in my infinite wisdom and appetites, have decided to do you a favor. There is a portrait of me here. Certainly, you've noticed my beauty, my handsomeness, my regal demeanor. When we split our lands after my father died, the Count took control over the old royal nostalgium. I'm sure the second half... In the nostalgium, on the Count's land, I'm sure that wicked brother of mine keeps it there, and it will prove that I was... What other way is there to live? What, as a commoner? We've already got plenty of them, I'm afraid. But... What? Well, I didn't... One of my... Shmoo! The Count's dreadful plush thing? No, I have no doubt. My soldiers... Oh, I remember now! When I... Then there he shall rest until the worm...
Attend, hut, recruits, for the Baroness has won the roll. All hail her rule and her rules.
Now there's the face of a
here.
girl who
Get
wants
your
to
deals
trade
here.
cards. And I've got good news for you.
Life never goes the way you expect. Hey, kid. You want to hear a story? Oh, good. You're showing an old soldier kindness, kid. There's a saying in Freetown, bad luck comes in threes. Well, it was right. I was there in the first batch, the triplets. Oh, I didn't hold anything back. It was as fierce and as destructive. But that's just it, isn't it? It never ended. We're still fighting those same battles every day. Life never goes the way you expect, does it? All at the whim of a dice roll. Everyone's looking for someone here. Me? I'm looking for my brother Henry. Lost him somewhere in the Duke's territory. Or
You have? Describe him to me. That's just logical of him. Thank you. The more I know about him, the more I can build an accurate, predictive model of his behavior. You have? Describe him to me. Incredible. Thanks. All this information helps my strategies become even more unstoppable. Terrific.
Cards here. I literally cannot advertise that. Oh, hey! I've got cards to trade.
I'm never better. I'm gonna die. Nah, kid, I'm feeling no pain. You need to stop bothering. Now, shoot.
Pause to trade.
Welcome to Warriors Training! Way better than that calm breathing, fella! Let's begin by chugging a pint of Zupa. No hesitation! That is not... Now for axe training! Swing wide. Imagine you're chopping down a tree, and you just murdered your friend with an axe! You're a warrior! And I think you should warrior harder! Now we're working on our battle cries! We need to scream so that our enemies know that we're here! So they can be afraid and they die! Yes! Finally, let's focus on our motivation! Do warriors need motivation? No! Motivation is for actors, but they do need battle zone inspirations! So think of who you're fighting for. Is it glory? No! Is it one of the triplets? No! You're fighting for war! Because war needs warriors! And warrior that concludes Warriors Workout!
The Baroness lived atop Wildcard Hill, a training ground for war, and a home to warriors. It was not a place for children. But then again, thought even, what part of freedom was?
With me. Oh, Danny Dick.
Well, well, color me impressed. Most interlopers find themselves dead long before this point. How did a child like you make it up here? A likely story. You must have done. At ease, child. Well then, at ease even. Look at you. You're not. No, I suppose you're not. You're learning. But you are a long way from. What can I do for you even? Ah, shmoo! I captured that damned garbage in a raid. I had it strapped to a trebuchet and sent it over into the Duke's land. You'll have to talk to him. I've washed my hands of the whole... Simple thing, really, but it requires complicated strategy. One or both of my brothers defeated our bodyguard and killed... Not surprised. Nishka's damn tough. And if anyone could survive out there, it's her. She taught me how to win a fight, taught me how to never surrender, taught me the importance of duty. Oh, I doubt that very much. We share a respect and a bond forged in battle training, but she'd never say anything so. How is she, other than alive? Impossible! I am too busy waging and winning this war. Ha 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 ha! A child coming here and asking for a gift? The sheer... But I admire the courage. Tell you what, even. I happen to own the mighty mechanical arm that once belonged to Nishka. If you... Certainly. Like I said, all you have to do is take it. This arm... It's only the most heavily guarded item in my entire freedom. I like your spunk, even, so let me warn you. You will fail. You may even die. So do the smart thing and go back. Can you defeat... Ha! Me? Lose against a soft aesthete and a shrill maniac? Impossible. Even if they had the sense to ally against me, I would have won. Sorry, force of habit. Suddenly, I think, the robots long since... The robots long...
Even knew what she needed to do to get something that would jog Nishka's memory. Win the most protected treasure in the most militarized kingdom. She knew it would be hard, but she also knew that the chance of ending this war, if indeed she could end it, would be worth it.
I miss my darling wife so much. I miss my darling wife so much. Oh, the most beautiful woman you can imagine. If I could just see her again, I'd tell her I love her, and that the second this war's over. If only.
Colossuses moved once again, this time in favor of the Count.
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you, ma'am? Ma'am, she has...
Finish this fight by destroying the tower. To destroy the tower, you must lead your playing piece onto the appropriate tile in order to fire your cannons. Look out! Walls are rising. Shoot the button to fire the cannon. Shoot the button to fire the cannon. The walls rise.
Dicey, over here! Dicey, over here!
The walls rise. Walls up. Shoot the button to fire the cannon. The Baroness now has 2 cannons. Shoot the button to fire the cannon.
The walls rise! The walls rise! The walls rise!
Shoot the button to fire the cannon. We're halfway there. Shoot the button to fire the cannon. Take cover! The Baroness now has 3 cannons. Shoot the button to fire the cannon.
Walls up! The walls rise!
Shoot the button to fire the cannon.
The board game is nearing its end. Soon we shall have a winner. Look out! Walls are rising.
time to fire the cannon.
No. Impossible. You can't have it. Give it here. A clever head on those shoulders, soldier. I suppose it was a royal promise I gave you. You have a future in my militia, even. Never mind. Just...
Armed with Nishka's arm, Even had all she needed to remind the old bodyguard of the Baroness. She just hoped it would be enough to change the course of this war.
looking to get an invincibility potion, are you? Well, you've come to the wrong place. I've got cards, though.
From a machine long dead. And what? I'm speaking to you, girl. The question is not what I want. Anything I desire, I make manifest. The word reminds you the laws of the die. I am the queen, girl. And you are a very long way from home, aren't you? Mother. Did you have a sister? I have so many children, you know. So, coming here, disturbing this place, it hasn't happened in a very long time. I think I need to keep my eye on you, and I don't think you will. You get a thrill from disobedience, from looking your superior in the eye and refusing her. Lock the girl in, to destroy yourself and her. Even, you know her name, as if from a dream somehow. You are a lonely girl, adrift in a world you don't belong in. Nothing awaits you in your future but pain and heartbreak. Just words. Words I've heard before from countless people. They all fell like you will. A task. You have a task. Tell me, where did you find your little friend? Have you seen the valley? Have you found the valley of the dice? Tell me where it is, Ethan. Tell me where you found that dice before.
Poor Even. You still don't know. Hello, Even. I wasn't expecting to find you here. You've done well to find me, Even. I know my sisters appreciate it. I do. I'm to go to the safe spot by the sword bridges. Then you're to join us, and we're to give you something, right? Because I know you, Even, and I hope I will see you again.
You don't fit in here, my dear. Oh, I most certainly will not. Anything to break up the tedium of war and these endless parties. Why, you may be our only hope, dear. My brother Arthur. Well, dear, aren't you a ray of sunshine on a rainy day? My only brother, still out.
Deals here. Get your deals here.
Burning daylight, even. And I don't think I like what I see. Indeed we do. But you'd better. The boy is growing cold in here. Let's hope it's time you have, young.
Oh, is that what I think it is? Yes, yes, this is the piece! And don't I look dashing? It was my pre-wig period, mind you, but well, I suppose I did, even if the painting was a disappointment. Here, have this worthless thing, worth a fortune to a commoner like you, and I'll hardly notice its absence. And don't let anyone...
With a memento of the Duke in her hands, was one step closer to being able to trigger Nishka's memories of that fateful night.
I miss my husband. I miss my husband. We were separated when the king died, trapped in two different parts of the Threedom. He's trapped deep within the Baroness's territory. Oh my goodness, you've seen him! How does he look? What did he say? Oh, he's alive! He's really alive! You've done a great kindness to me today, stranger. A great kindness. Thank you.
Oh, Shmoo! You're back! You lovable little scamp! By the card makers! Count! You've done good here today, noble child. You've returned my Shmoo.
And now let me give you this finger. It's yours. I hope that, with it, you can uncover the truth of my father's murder. The crime scene. One of my servants found it there. It's been long since replaced by a battlefield, but go on! Take it. Carry it with...
You have? Describe her to me. Amazing. Thank you for this. It will enhance my stratagems for sure. That's right, and it's been educational. They all seem to be stuck in the same chaotic, squabbling roles they have had since they were children. Nanny was wise.
So much haste in someone's... Welcome to the warrior's meditation. It's much calmer than the warrior's training. Greetings, truth and victory seek. To begin, stretch your arms. Excellent. Now, exhale all tension from your body. Excellent. Now, stand on one foot and excellent. You are now a trained and centered warrior, ready to go out and... I simply cannot stress this enough.
No further questions. This class is concluded. And what did you learn? Then you have found the truth. Well done, my student. You have made me proud.
Taking a long time doing what I want.
Even?
And it's getting colder. Maybe I do need you. Maybe I don't. But I know it won't make a difference to this child soon.
Hello, Even. Poor Even. You still don't know how to say what you want. But it's okay. I know you, Even. You understand me, don't you? My sisters. I've been looking for them too. You want to tell me that we're to meet by the sword bridges, don't you? I'll go there now. Join us when we're all gathered, and I will have something for... Hello, Even. Even now, you don't dare ask the question you most want answered, Even. It's okay. We all work within the systems we're trapped in. I thank you for your help. You found us and helped us, and nothing lasts forever. I'm sorry, Even. I know this isn't the ending you wanted. I know I'm broken. I know I can't be fixed. But now, I can rest. For what it's worth, I hope you find Odd, Even. And when you do, I hope she's not like me, Even. There are 3 heads you need to be careful of, but they're not the triplets you think they are. You have so much pain. I promised you a gift. But this is all I can give you. A dead girl, hoping with all her heart that your lost sister...
Even noticed her small companion looked like he had something he wanted to say.
What were we talking about again? That finger. It reminds me of something. It was the I'm afraid it's gone. But it's become clearer. Bring me more. I need more to remember. What were we talking about again? Oh, that portrait of the children, the triplets, and their father, their poor father, the king, killed while I can't remember. I need more objects to jog my poor memory. What were we talking about again? My arm. I remember. I wore this. I used this to help defend the king when he... on that night when he... But then it... it's gone. It's gone. What were we talking about again? By the dice maker. I remember this. It came for us so quickly, so savage, we couldn't... It's on the tip of my tongue and then it's gone. I'm sorry, Even. What were we talking about? Please, Even, bring me more artifacts. They each help, but together I'm sure I can remember something. Yes, Even, you've done it. Seeing them all together, I remember everything. Oh, by the dice maker, you've saved me. Which one of you pranksters rang the bell?
I knew it was a trap! Assassins!
Trap, murder.
Shush, children!
Nishka!
You're alive! You should all be ashamed to have disgraced your father's beloved freedom so, and how proud he was of you. But bloody this is just not how he raised you.
Who?
Listen. I was there that doomed night when your father was murdered.
And Nishka the bodyguard recounted vividly what had happened that night. It was a tale of a guard lady gone awry, of a blade against mechanical arm, and of a cold-blooded murder.
I was going to roll my dice. Well, that's how fights were done in those days. But this murderer didn't play by the rules. My trusty arm was cut off. I returned the favor and tore off the perpetrator's finger. And that perpetrator was the Shadow Man.
Busted.
Bernie! Oh, hey, Even, there you are.
I should have been there to guide you all. I went mad with guilt for failing your father, and I ran away. I am so sorry. It appears that this war might have been for naught.
This war was all because you three never talked to each other! You people are the worst! Thanks for the outfit, Bernie. You think you'll be okay now?
Sure thing. I can find my way home to one cross with my eyes closed. Easy peasy.
Don't worry, Even. I'll make sure he gets home. And good luck to you. I'm not good at goodbyes.
Say hi to Odd. Oh, I almost forgot. You like pips, right? This is all that was left of Mr. Shady when you poofed him. Weird, huh?
Oh, thank you. Hey guys. All right. Here goes nothing.
Hey, Even. I'm fine. Thanks for saving me, by the way. It was really cold in that thing. I gotta say, I never thought I'd be saved. I wish I had. Well, I mean, no, I don't wish I had. Because being a Sixer is supposed to be magical, but that nanny was just really mean to... at least, I'm sorry, Even. It's been a crazy day. I just want to go home. Sure, I'll tell him. I just hope your dad isn't still mad at me for breaking that teapot. Well, then he won't be mad at me at all. Okay then, sure, I'll tell him, no problem. Oh man. Fine, I'll tell him. But well, bye. Even? Before I go, I just wanted to say, I hope you find your sister soon. I always liked her, Even. I'm sure she's safe. After all, she's a great puncher. Okay.
There you are. I am. And the war that's torn apart this family is finally over. You did good, Even. But you need to move on. I'll miss you. What did you say your name was, little girl? I'm just having some fun with you, Even.
Dicey, wait!
Afraid of what this world truly is? Excellent. I shall deal with him later. For now, we must make haste to the palace.
Oh, I didn't think it was possible, but I ate too much candy.
I've got a card up my sleeve, in my chest, up my nose, up... well, everywhere. Let's trade.
Puppies, kittens, rainbows. Yes! Oh yes, that's a very happy thought. Thank you. If I fill my head with happy thoughts, there will be no room for sad thoughts about reality. My mom taught me that. I miss her so much. Lemonade on a hot day, getting tucked into bed, a nice warm blanket on a cold night. How come? Do you have any happy thoughts? Things being better forever. That's a happy thought.
What are you doing here? I don't think so. I'm Nanny's favourite, so that makes me the most important kid. You're not important. Yes, it is. I always knew I was a sixer, and finally, the rest of the Wait a minute. Even? Even! It's me, Lucky from what? We're gonna be... Wait a second. You're not even 12 yet. You're too young to be here. You're an imposter. No, you listen, Even. I rolled the quince dice to get here, and you're a cheater. I'm telling.
Nanny? Nanny Fortuna?
What now? A dice? Impossible. The Queen destroyed them all. Where did you find that? Tell me.
No, you tell me where my sister is, you witch!
Oh! Your older sister, aren't you? All alone, far from home. I've asked you mean and I've asked you nice, but now it's time to give Nanny that dice! Little girls who shouldn't have dice, Nanny's gonna make you pay the price! You can scream and you can shout, but Nanny will eat your bones and snout.
for your own good, Wanna.
Two sisters, both alike in dignity.
But within one woman lies dark malignity. Fun and games till one is gone. Some creeping darkness lately spawned.
Retributions to change the past. New rules to make the present last.
Death and ruin for those who oppose.
As went the sister, so the whole world goes.
I don't think I can do this.
You can, and you will. The sacrifice is necessary.
But I don't want to.
The dice demands it. Sometimes we must set aside what we want in order to get what we need. Push her over, Odd. Push her over. Or I'll let the dice decide whether you should take her place!
Odd, please. I'm sorry I was mean to you. And your sister. Odd, please, you can't do this. You can't.
You're running out of time, Odd.
Odd! Odd? Why did you do... Dicey? Dicey!
Even knew she had to find her missing friend. She gathered her courage, squared her shoulders, and...
I just want to go home.
and realized that she just wanted to go home. Oh, but home was very far away. She had no idea how to get there.
I see. I see. Where's that stupid ghost when you need it? Dicey?
Even found herself approaching the edge of Forberg, or rather, the silent remains of that once glorious city. The Queen had torn it to pieces during the war, years ago, in her mad search for something. The only trace of it at all were the ruined and lifeless stones, shrouded in fog, lost to memory. To Even, it was like an impossible vision, something she could scarcely believe. A rebuilt fort town, squatting by the ruins of what came before. A city without history, but who called it home?
Step right up, step right up!
Hey,
what the? Oh, you cheated me!
Prove it! Ain't no
Come on, come on,
laws
come on,
in
show me what you
Forberg,
got, what you
kid.
got!
But you're
Someone
cheating.
told me foreman's on a real dice.
I'm a teacher.
Yeah, right.
And your first
Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, Forbergers and foreigners, I present to you for the first time on the casino main stage, a real What manner of destruction will it unleash upon these fighting grounds? What rules and norms will it tear asunder as its true power is finally unleashed? There's only one way to find out. When I roll them bones! Oh, why isn't it doing anything? Come on, give it a kick! Worthless!
Dicey! I'm not leaving here without you, Dicey. Leave him alone. This dice is under my protection.
And a fine job you've been doing of it too. But I am always up for a gamble. Ladies and gentlemen, the death match is about to begin. Place your bets on the victor, but the smart money from me. I get both. That's life in Forberg, kid. How's it feel to be playing dice with death, kid?
Stop taunting me!
Ooh, you're not doing so good.
Real money! Shut up!
challenge, you're a joke.
Why? Stay fighting me!
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that this wasn't even a dice after all. What we have here is just a broken old jack-in-the-box.
He's mine! Give him back!
You want this garbage back?
Yes! And he's not garbage!
Well, go get it.
Dicey!
Oh, and look, that's precisely the bet I made on myself.
Dicey! Oh no! No, no, no! Dicey! Oh, Dicey! I was so scared! I'm sorry, I'm so sorry! I didn't mean to get you hurt. I should have never put you in danger. We don't belong here, and I just want to go home.
Did someone say, smuggle me home? Because you, little lady, are in the presence of Ludo Betts, the greatest person smuggler in all of random. You trust me, right? Smuggler, runner, pirate, pathfinder. You see, I've got my bag. Top of the line, nothing so fine, purely banana. One croft? Well, listen, I don't judge. And it won't be too hard. See, this bag is big. My brother, Bruno, I lost him to the high roller, who I'm betting you know. We gambled, we lost, and now he owns him. And you... well, you've got yourself a real... because you don't have enough pips. Any fool can... Look, the high roller seems all high and mighty, but he's got a weakness. It's in his name. Roll a higher number than his and he'll lose everything. Oh, sure. Good luck with that. Without me, fix your dice and beat the high roller. Then you'll save Bruno and...
Even had no idea where she could find more dots for her dice, so she fell back to exploring. It had gotten her this far at least, which, if we're being precise, is to a point where she no longer wanted to explore. Look, life's complicated sometimes.
I came here to escape having to work on the Upside Down. Not sure if it was worth it, but...
Look, Fort Town may have its problems, but...
Well, I came from
better than
one
where
town
I came
village
from.
with my family along with me.
It is...
Make yourself comfortable, kid.
Hey, welcome. Make yourself at home.
You want to hear the saddest story in the...
Okay, so there's this bit...
No, you're telling it wrong.
A duck bit, and then...
Ducksy.
Okay.
Now we're chill.
All four guys there. Oi, sorry.
There. Oh,
Nej, messed it up.
shh. Someone's here. Good. You can do that after you help us.
Bye there. Aj då så.
Speculate.
Eller det heter på. Inte boje.
Never again, she says.
Vad då? Vad står det? Mydaste. Då var det. Boy guide. Utöjde bara.
Imagine not speculating on the future.
Tajda då.
Yeah, that's right.
Ejstaker.
With a car
Vad jag då? Vad då?
for speculation.
Vad är det?
Thank you, kid.
Fantastiskt på. Still.
Trying to make an honest.
Hur säger det?
Honestly depressing.
I think there's some people here who don't care about that, Dicey. I think there's some people here who don't care about anything.
Heard any good ghost stories lately?
I've got a card up my sleeve.
You ever seen a ghost, kid? Perfect. I collect ghost stories, you know. Kind of a premiere. So, tell me the story of this ghost. Chilling. Oh, what happened to the ghost? Why did... Boy, listen. You come across any other spooky stories, you let me know. Or if I had... ancient spirits that come out of your head to fight in battles? Or I can pay too. I'll pay a child.
Raise the stakes with a new card. Manny's got one of these. Your house of cards will never fall down when you built it with Manny's help. I've got cars to trade. Don't you want to follow suit? I know you do. Welcome to Forburg. You gotta go where the business is, and I figure that old foreman will buy from me someday. Hey mate, why so glum? We found each other and now we can talk and trade cards. Life doesn't get any... Now listen mate, I know things get bleak sometimes. Truth is, this was my hometown once. Born and raised here. I left way back, but things get better, right? They have to. Oh, anyway. Enough about me feeling sad. You know what I'd rather feel? I'd rather feel cards in my...
I won again? Talk about beginner's luck.
Seymour, what are you doing here?
Hey, Even! Sorry, guys, I gotta bounce. My friend, it's good to see you. Made it to Forberg, huh? Hey, how goes the brave quest?
I'm heading home, Seymour.
But I don't see your sister with you.
She's, I don't know what I'm doing anymore, Seymour. I'm starting to think I don't even know who Odd is. Maybe I never did. Maybe it was a mistake to look up to her, to anyone. We all disappoint other people, don't we? And here I am disappointing you.
All right, so you want to go home. Let's start there. You're certain about this? That just tells it's okay to want to go home. It's okay to feel lost or be lost and to just take things. I will say this, for a woman who seems so disheartened and pessimistic, you've certainly had a lot of success meeting people and securing passage. Thank the dice makers for their foresight for that then. I'd bring you myself, if I could. I'm kinda that? Let me guess. You need to get his brother back from the High Roller. Yeah? Of course. So we just add in the dots he had, and now the extra. Ta-da! Meet your new improved, more repaired Dicey. Now you can roll up to four. It's dangerous. There's no guarantee of success. Fine. Just don't tell her I'm the one who sent you. Even, go to the soothsayer and good luck. I'm rooting for you. Don't get eaten.
The bag brother, yeah, he was a little shifty. But it's not like we have a lot of options, Dicey. Do you have a better idea? I'm sorry, Dicey. This town is having an effect on me. Look, let's do what we can.
I hate gaming. That's right, I said it. I hate gaming. Oh, you spoke to my friends. Look at me. Asking a kid what I should do with my life. But I am asking. What do I do, kid? Go back to speculating on games? What, everything's a game? Simply because we live in a world with giant board game arenas ruled by a queen who decides our fate? Oh, maybe you're right. Well, bye forever.
Look, 4 towns may have its problems, but it's better than where I came from. It is better, right?
All bets are off when you've got a new card from old Manny Dex, Esquire. I've got cars to trade. Don't you want to follow suit? I know you do.
Gemini. The Heina. Kuske go kus ba kuske nosnik go. Nine golkash Marcus inna na konne. Da keskemane hena. Kara. Wara toka.
The ball. They're doing it. Hey, I guess.
Are you talking to me?
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
Boss only accepts challengers into his arena who roll high like he can. And between you and show, what is this? This isn't.
Rough night last night.
Vigilante for hire. Freelance police for hire. Raconteur for hire. Freelance vigilante raconteur for hire. Look, Fort Town may have its problems, but it's better than where I came from.
I came here to escape having. You don't look like you're from around here. Good eye. I'm from Two Town. I came here to escape having to work on the Upside Down. Not sure if it was worth. Say what? Say what now? I can't believe this. This is terrific. Finally, some good news in this. That's right. I never acclimatized to Fort Town. Nope. Many thanks, mysterious. See you around, kiddo.
You want some food though? I got lots of food.
Only rule here is you gotta be kind.
Oh there, stranger. I've played enough times in my time to see that you could use a friend. Now that's the first step, friend. To figuring out, there was a time back when I traveled the 6 wards, singing for my supper and everything. But now, of course, I figure I didn't actually want to go back home. Not a blessed thing. But I refused to play for him, and he smashed my fingers up real nice so I couldn't play for anyone. Well, silver linings, friend. Now I can live my day. Did you know the foreman's a relative of Nanny Fortuna? That's how come he can keep himself out of jail. Well, it figures it runs the family, friend. Well, would you look at that? I haven't seen one of your kind in years. Quite the charmer, too. But looks like... And I'm sorry to hear that, stranger. You think all that power would make the foreman happy, but and yet, in the middle of it all is a small little dog. The world's got its fair share of horror, but beauty too. And we just have to do the best we can with the cards we're dealt. Ah, shucks. An old man like me gets a lucky guess once in a while. Not even the...
Oh, it was a nice moment of fellowship and kindness.
The foreman, pardon me, the high roller.
Ah, you, gentle wanderer, have you come to know your fortune? Uma, so you've heard the stories of the spirit. Aren't we all? All I know is that many years ago, something terrible happened. A mother was hunted by a queen, and in escaping her fate, she disappeared. Some say she still haunts these grounds. Some things are beyond... But don't leave yet, wanderer. I have not told your fortune. Let me see. Ah, come closer, child. For you, I see something strange. Voyages in a distant land. A journey into random, into darkness. And a queen watches. You have it. What? A scam? You come into my space and call me a scam? You know what? You've earned the...
Even didn't learn much from the fortune tellers. Honestly, I've never cared for them. Narrating things before they happen, strictly against the narrator's code. But she nevertheless had the distinct impression that what lay ahead...
Hello?
Greetings, young one. Can I interest you in a delightful new rug?
No, thanks. I was wondering if you could direct me to Uma?
Step inside, child. This rug is very nice. Ooh, it shows real promise, don't you think? Huh. On the other hand, but I have many rugs here. The blue one, a fine choice. Oh, there are a pair of best friends. Ah, yes, the red one. Every time I look at that rug, I think of a poor woman here. The purple rug, yes, a personal favorite. You know, the Queen, she'd have us believe we're all different, that we need to hate each other. The future isn't made yet, young one. I can tell you nothing else. You want to find... Then go.
Oh, that strange rug seller seemed to know more than she was letting on. Also, I didn't even know she'd be...
That carpet is from another time.
I don't know, Dicey. It's like this city is a last resort for everyone here.
Well, there was one good thing here, at least. Her dislike of the High Roller was making even more than motivated to find a way to take him down and earn passage in the bag out of here.
I can see what happens to everyone, but
Norne har mig. Kom igen.
A game arena is now accepting new challenges.
I can't believe you cheated me.
What? No, you cheated me.
I can't believe you cheated me.
What? No, you cheated me.
No, I'm pretty sure you... Hey, it's you! From before! Do you want to play our game? We got all the cheating out of our system now, so that's the spirit. Okay, so you know how to play Gazoo, so we'll just jump right into it. Gazoo! Ha! Imagine a game that simple. Okay, your turn.
And like any true gamer, you're gonna roll the house dice, kid.
Yeah! Zoo! What? You can't yell kazoo now unless you're cheating. Hey, do you have a kazoo card up your sleeve? We haven't even distributed cards yet.
Should have known a friend of Seymour would cheat like he did.
Wait, Seymour cheated?
Seymour's cheat was to frame me for cheating.
Ah, my brain. I can't believe you cheated me.
What? No.
No, I'm pretty sure you... Hey, it's you! From before! Do you want to play our game? We got all the cheating out of our system now. That's the spirit! Okay, so you know how to play Gazoo, so we'll just jump right into it. I'll roll the dice and...
Gazoo! Is Gazoo good? Please. Did the now extinct Forberg flesh beast eat flesh? Come on now, roll it already! Your own rigged dice, you mean? No, you're gonna roll one of our wee little dice, thank you very much.
Yeah! Zoo! It's not bad. Dang, what's your wager? Impossible. You'll lose.
Oh, you can't win.
I roll for initiative and...
And? You win.
Wait, what? Ooh, nicely done. And with no external signs of cheating.
Shoot. Okay, well, fair's fair. I guess this card is yours then. Not that it's of any use to you. You'd have to have a living dice for that to work. What? Did that dice just say kazoo?
Okay, easy, Quark. Goodbye, little miss. I don't like losing, so we're not playing with you anymore. Yeah. Zoo.
All bets are off when you've got a new card from old Manny Dex. Esquire.
That man. That was the man. who'd thrown even in the garbage in Two Town. He was a jerk.
Make your way to the top in order to win. More treasure to the board game. A durability bubble has appeared. A weapon durability bubble has appeared.
You saved me! Oh, thank you! Thank you! Wait. Hold on a tick. Right. So I did. Oh, this is awkward. Hey, Mr. Lunchbox, me old eye-poking friend. Well, I'm a fan. Easy. Hey, after I tossed you aside, so now the Queen's top servant in all of Two Town is dead, and so I fled. But now I'm here. And life's not great, yeah, and I don't hate you. Honest, I don't. I want that Queen gone. And I can tell you don't think much of me, and I guess I don't fault you for that, but I'm glad you
See you around, kid. Mr.
Huh. Even had helped someone who'd done nothing but be mean to her and been shown kindness in exchange.
I see them, Dicey. They look like... me? Oh, and there's you! So cute! Yeah, I think we're in trouble.
Even was in trouble. I'm the narrator, so I'm allowed to just tell you things like that. She was definitely in a lot of trouble. And unless she tore them down, those posters were going to make things worse.
Not on my watch, Nanny.
You think she's here?
Unwanted.
You'd better watch out yourself. That dice you've got could get you some unwanted...
Heard any good ghost stories lately? Wow. Oh, the soothsayers are treasure troves of spooky stories and ancient knowledge. If you could ever get them to talk to you. So, let's hear it. Ooh, I already like where this is going. And classic. Oh, and so mystic. Heard any good ghost stories lately? Oh, war. The source of many ghosts. Both dead and... Oh, I smell tragedy. A thing I've learned sometimes even more memorable than even the finest victory. What else is it about? Oh, it sounds sad and unfair. Heard any good ghost stories lately? Go on. Children are both more likely to see a ghost and more likely to be completely terrified by their encounter. I can't wait. I see. And? Did they, die at the end? Huh. Well, that is technically a ghost story then, and, I'll say thanks, but, heard any good ghost stories lately? Oh, listen, you come across any...
Have you seen my boyfriend? He's perfect. Obsessed? Who wouldn't be? His hair like the hair of the gods, and his cheeks like the cheeks of the gods, and his shoulder. Precisely. The man is perfect. I think about him all the time. Nothing, only him. Have you seen him? Last I heard, he went to challenge one of the foreman's game arenas, but that seems like days ago. Could you deliver a message to him for me? You're a peach. Tell him that he's perfect. And if he wants ground steak for dinner, to let me know. But if he wants chicken breast for dinner, I can do that too. But just let me know and ask him what he wants me to wear tonight. And tell him if he doesn't like my hairstyle to just let me know and I'll get it cut before he gets home. Okay? You've got all that? I need to be his own person. Okay, bye. Thanks for delivering my message.
An arena is now available for battle.
All bets are off when you've got a new card from old Manny Dix, Esquire.
Bring as many globes as you can into the hole in order to lower the ladder and get to your goal.
Have you found him? Have you found my guiding star, my prince? A letter? Let me see. Dear, oh, he calls me dear. And then he goes on to say that the longer we were married, he goes on to say that I'm not the woman I fell in love with. And he's not the man he used to be either. He then says this isn't help, that he needs to find time apart to rediscover who he is. And oh, he's gone. He's gone. I've lost everything. I don't want me. I want him. But then again, maybe all hope isn't lost. Maybe if I did what he said, if I tried, then maybe he'll take me back. Exactly. Let me give you this. It's a red band. I was going to give it to him, but I want to give it...
Oh, dear. Well, even had helped a lovesick woman realize she was worth more than just idolatry.
You'd better watch out yourself.
Hello there. That's a fine dice you've got there. Reminds me of QB. Oh, hi. I did. Me and QB. She was my dice. We did everything together, fought for people too. Not like heroes, but we did good where we could. And there was a big climactic fight at the Quarterstone Arena and, you know, we rolled a... Oh, and we lost. The Queen completely destroyed this once majestic town. You can see the rubble now and think you can imagine what the city was like, but you can't. We rebuilt, but we lost so much. It's not the same. The new fort. After that, QB and I went our separate ways. I thought so often trying to find... No, I couldn't.
You'd better watch out yourself. That dice you've got could get you some unwanted attention. How? Find QB, enter the arena and... But it would be a black eye for her. Yeah, if you could win that arena fight, that would put a smile on my face.
Our game arena is now ready for new challenges.
All bets are off when you've got a new card from old Manny Depp, Esquire.
We're nearing the end of this board game now. Defeat all the enemies for the board game to end.
Have you won the fight? And you're here, and you're alive, so clearly you won the fight, which is incredible. The Queen's reaction went, oh no, my poor little girl. She was always the best of us. I should be more like her. I'm going to bury her. I'm going to give her peace, and then I'm going to make peace with my own past too, you know? Here, I want you to have this, and if I could give you some advice, the bond you and your dice share, it's important, and the friendship will define both.
Even had brought closure to the old dice wielder, and in doing so, given him new motivation for...
Ah, you've returned, young one. Let me see, young one. Ah, and this blue thread from the true friend, and this red thread from the woman in love. Well, enough of that. Let's see what happens when... Ah, look at that. How beautiful it is when the weave comes together. You're a long way from one town, young one. You are lost, but you haven't realized yet that your story goes on whether you care or not.
Look, I'm glad you like your rug, but I'm really just looking for someone named Uma.
If you are so certain that is what you want, look here. Closer.
But it's just a rug. I don't see anything.
Sometimes, to see things as they truly are, we must look within.
Long ago, but sometimes she turned against the witch. So, to this day, the witch stays hidden, and the queen searches for any sign of her, for they both know she will one day return and help the dice wielders do the same.
I am Uma. You are evil. I'm sure you have many questions. It seems to me you've already got help. Your friend there. It's good to see you again. In the before times, I produced the pips for the dice of old. Every dot on them came from me. The queen killed us all. All except me. Because I... And now you dare to disturb me. Did I? You are worthy of keeping some of my children. That's you, Dicey. If only to cause that horrible queen some. Only if you believe her to. What is it you want? You are like a dot on a dice. Only you've been having dreams even, but they only show you part of the future. Dreams and destiny are woven together, but all you are lost here, lost in random. Sometimes you have to lose your way in order to find your way. I will. Your eyes are closing. Your eyes are opening.
Thank you, Uma.
Fight our way out, Dicey. Well, when you put it that way, let's break some robots.
ordeal was finally over. She could finally repair Dicey and leave Four Town behind her. Which is great because, quite frankly, I find this whole town to be unsettling and unpredictable. That's right. Even narrators have opinions sometimes.
You'll like it. Home's not like this. The people there, they haven't lost hope. At least, I never noticed if they had.
Oh, you're here! You're safe! Oh, I'm so relieved. Well, a little, but it's a good surprise. It's usually a 50-50 chance, Uma. Before you answer, know that things might get, dicey? As soon as you have a 5, there'll be no going back. So you tell me, kid. Do we do this or no? High 5. Okay. Just gotta add the pips. Easy.
A 5!
Read it and weep, slime face! And that entitles me to a gamble. I lose, you get my 5. But if I win, I get Bruno Betts.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the little girl. She wants to gamble. She thinks all she needs is a dice to beat me. I had a nightmare last night, you know. I lost a bet, but when I woke up, I knew that was impossible because the high roller never loses. I won't have mercy on you this time. You've earned my full, unstoppable worth. Insolence! This is what happens when you step on a line. I'm formidable. This is even easier than last time, if you'll excuse the foreshadowing. You're going to lose. That 5 is going to change a lot of things around here, especially when I 4. Don't you just give up? I might even forgive you.
Bruno. It's what the foretellers foresee.
That wasn't the deal!
I make the deal. What's the matter? Feel a sense of foreboding?
Please, I'll do anything. You can be the foreman. You can be the high-fi roller. Just don't kill me, please, please.
Go!
Bruno, my brother! Ludo, my brother! Oh, I knew you'd gamble me back. You saved him even, and in exchange I promised you a trip through the bag. And Bruno can tell you I'm as good as my word. Oh, he is that. There, she's all yours.
There was an awkward pause, and I felt compelled to fill it.
I know, Dicey. I think we may have made a mistake.
Oh, you're new here. I'm sorry. Everything dies here. There's no light, no... You don't know the story, do you? Don't blame yourself. They are brothers, and they weren't always this way. Long ago, they ventured deep into a forest to a place none had gone before. They found this bag resting on a stump in a clearing. Or it found them. The bag twisted the brothers. It changed them, possessed them, made them hungry for more and more. The bag demanded they look if you want. You'll only... There's nothing that any of us can't... Oh no.
We tricked you even, and now you can't ever leave, and you're going to go to sleep. But before you do, you're going to give us that dice. Give us the dice, Evans!
Why can't anyone be nice to me?
Even?
You sound just like my sister! You already lied to me twice today! What the heck, man?
Then it wants your soul.
The bag can shut up any time it wants!
You were a fool to leave home. Home is where the bag is. Anything you...
You lost your humanity a long time ago, idiot!
Over here, Even. Even! I'm right here. What's the matter with you, Even? I'm right here, Even. Come get me. Some rescuer you are, Even. You couldn't find me. You left me alone, Even. You left me with her. And look what you made me do. There's nothing left, Even. You're too late.
The girl from Onecroft.
Who? This Even girl you keep mentioning? Sounds like a made-up name to me. Is her first name Get?
No, Even is her first. Ha. Put him on board my carriage. Her Majesty will know just how to make you talk.
Hey, Even. You finally made it. Good to see me. If it really was so good, what took you so long? Right. You take forever to get here and now I'm supposed to just follow you back? Please. You abandoned me, Even. You left me to sink or swim in a horrible new world. And guess what? I swam. What did you want, Even? To go on a big adventure? To use me as some sort of, motivation? Some grand excuse? Because from what the Queen's told me, you've been running around in every district just having a great old time while I've been here suffering. Right. Were you doing everything you could when you were meeting royalty in 3 Town? Getting buddy-buddy with 2 Town's mayor? You've abandoned me, Even. The Queen's told me all about it. I don't know. Maybe you wanted me to die. You'd have this tragic backstory. You'd be so much more interesting to everyone around you in Onecroft. How poor, brave Even tried and failed to save her sister. In a way, I should be grateful. I finally know who I am. Oh no, this is me. I finally know who I am. Can you say the same, Even? I found my home. My true home. The Queen's love is tough, but she will never abandon me. You're not taking that away from me. So I don't want to be rescued, okay? I've changed, Even. And it's about time you did too. The true dice brings order. The Queen brings order. And you, all you are, is an agent of chaos.
I didn't want any of this, you know. I thought I wanted to save my sister. And then I wanted to go home. But now, I just don't know anymore.
Yo! What is wrong with you, girl? Oh, boo-hoo-hoo! I'm dead! Boo-hoo! I never got to do what I wanted! That's you! I was doing an impression of you just now!
I don't...
Look, maybe your sister's a lost cause now, and maybe she's not. But if I were teamed up with an amazing dice who have only made more powerful through my adventures, I wouldn't be crying to myself in the back of death boat. I'd be out there kicking evil queen butt, no matter what. You've got a superpower, sis. Don't waste it. Stop her and save everyone. You think I like shuttling dead children to the other side? Because I don't. I got other things I could be doing. You can do this, even. So find your courage and dry your tears. Because this looks like your last stop. And hey, happy 12th birthday, kid.
Even was back on track, more determined than ever to save whoever and whatever she could from that horrible queen. Which is great. That's a story I'm much more interested in narrating. And on the other side of that long-abandoned and silent door was Even's destiny, whatever it would turn out to be. And she strode towards it with determination.
Ain't nobody come to that gate since forever.
Woo! There were nobody there a moment ago and then...
Yeah, mate, let's trade cards. Sometimes I feel like it's my sole purpose in life. You won't believe your eyes. Cool city, eh? Filled with machinery and whatnot. But the people here make their own cards instead of buying them. Oh, that's bad for business, matey. But I'm happy to tell you that they don't hold all the cards. Oh, hey, speaking of cards.
Oi, you there. Yeah, you. I saw you. You came through that block gate somehow. That's against the rules, kid. Whole structure's been legally reclassified as a wall, not a door. Oh, not good enough, kid. That's against the rules. Oh, sure. A little girl with a dice. It's real, isn't it? You've got a real dice there. Admit it. That's what real dice do. Guards! Guards! You won! Why, you beat him like it wasn't even a gave it away from me. No, say, take this card, yeah? Okay? I'm going. The town was bustling with life, even at this late hour. Perhaps the townspeople would have something interesting to share.
Who there, stranger? You're not from around here, I can tell. Most folks living around here just want to do their jobs, honest, hard-working folks, you know. Every town's got its black sheep and rotten eggs, stranger. Metaphorically speaking, though maybe more so now these. Back then, this was a place of magic, and the people were magic too, though maybe not open enough. Not since the Queen came. Oh, did not see that. Now we got the old mystics here, mixed with people sent here as punishment. And of course the kids sent still got a flavour of old magic, but it's fading away every day, you know. Every day there's more despair. Anyways, here I am bending your ear. You be safe, stranger.
You're closer, even. Closer than you ever were. Come, find me.
I've heard that voice before. It feels familiar somehow. I must have dreamt it.
Had she, though? Well, it was impossible for me to confirm. since we narrators never got to see what's going on inside our characters' dreams. Third-person, omniscient narrator, my eye.
Leute, Nederstar und Beiser, mit Weide. Nein, Kaiser, Beiser, Banke, Banke, Presidente, the boy, a torta vai, oi bei Danke, Eike Kunkente, Schweizer boy, the boy, a store the bar, a voike, a torta fibe, is to go, fantastic ball, still the bar, more party panke. Stand for painting. A poendo was more by there. I don't know. Inside the ball. Oh boy, I there. Oh, for guys. I know. For you get I there. Oh, sorry. More by there. More by there. Lay there. Oh boy, I there. I got more by there. May so bank. Boom there. Hello, that thing. Now there's the face of a girl who wants to trade cards. Oh, I've got good news for you.
You've arrived, even. Soon you will find your voice. Salutations, even. I am the visionary. Time is never so linear. You told it to me once in a future long past. I have watched you for a very long time, and I knew...
This all seemed a bit unlikely to even... maybe this strange...
Please, you're not the only one who can see things even... Never mind, even. I should not have addressed him. Time is short, so I will be uncharacteristically direct. I am one of the sacred card makers. There were 5 of us once. There are 5 still now. We used to make every type of card imaginable. Together, we cared for this part of random, this 5-tropolis. With your dice, you have the power to defeat. The rules that have strangled random for years must be erased, and the future moves, changes. You are a crisis even, and an opportunity for both sides. I cannot see clearly through the rug. Find the other card makers, free them, and we will unite to make you a card that will shake the foundations of Sextopia. We will make for you your dream card. Follow my vision to the second of the card makers, the painter. And take this. It might come in handy.
This is, are you sure you don't need this?
A visionary does not need mere eyes to see more. Now go. I have interfered enough.
Right.
The visionary seemed credible, or even incredible. And yes, maybe.
Cards here. I literally cannot advertise that cards.
Even and Dicey had set foot in 5 Tropolis. Here, in the magical heart of random, was where the cards used to shape the very face of the world were made. But it had long since decayed into little more than a cold and dreary factory, used for purposes far less enchanting.
I'm busy. And I'm the king of Now leave me alone. I'm busy. Always busy. That's what they all say. No scram. Listen well, because I'm only going to say this once. I can't help you. You know why? Because the Queen has already won.
Oh, I've seen your coin before. Convinced that you're different. Oh, you're special. And that if you could just reach her, you'll fix it all. You lose hard. And I'm still trapped here, forced to paint mad inventions for the Queen instead of the magical cards. All that changes is that you die a little sooner than otherwise, and my heart breaks a little more. And I don't know. I'm not. Now, if you please, scram. Dicey? Oh my, where did you find that? This changes everything. A moment, love. There, perfection. For what? Me painting your dream card? Least I could do, child. Frankly, it was a joy to paint something other than a dreadful robot for once. Oh, there'll be heck to pay once the Queen finds out, but you're going to reach her before that happens, won't I? know you will, love. Your dream card, it's now off to the gluer. He's next in line. An old colleague and a card maker. Perhaps the most important of... Is there anything else you'd like to know, love? I'm just a painter, love. I do my best work with a canvas and brush. But I'll meet you when you need me most. And I'll add a few finishing touches to your dream card. Then go, love.
Well, the painter had done all she could. And now, Even was off to the gluer, who, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, might be in a sticky situation himself. Even found herself moving ever closer to the darkened heart of Five Troublous. Wherever the gluer was, he was...
Hey! I'm trying to tell a story here! Hey! What do you... Don't touch me! No! Even! Anyone?
I don't know, Dicey. I just suddenly felt weirdly alone. In a way I can't explain.
Suddenly?
If that makes sense.
Took a much darker turn.
Lucky I have you. Ugh. I feel like someone just walked over my grave. I've got a bad feeling, Dicey.
This girl was far from home. She knew she made a mistake. She felt like giving up. Forever.
I don't know what it is, Dicey. I just feel odd. Tired all of a sudden.
Even was beginning to feel so very tired. What was she even doing here? She should just go home and die. The view was as beautiful as it was hopeless. And it underlined the one universal truth. Even could never defeat the Queen. She'd sooner topple a mountain with her breath than succeed. The card makers had given her a hopeless task, and the fool's Sisyphean efforts, full of, even knew the fight was doomed. She should just give up and die right now.
I won't give up. I promise.
Even hated herself for fighting back. Almost as much as everyone else hated her too. Suddenly, Ethan realized what an awful person she was. She decided to lie down and die right away.
Oh. I guess.
Hey, is this thing on? Anyone out there? Bernard? Hello? Even! I found this weird thing that lets me talk to voices. I've heard lots of people through it. Now I get to hear you. There's a lot of twins, and people are happy, and then I can see why you wanted to visit this place. It's great. The mayor's put up a statue of you even. You and your dice, yeah. And and everyone can flip their personalities whenever they want. It's crazy. It's kind of scary, but it's good too. Oh, I guess, yeah. Anyway, guess what? I've decided to go on an adventure, like you. Right? Only, I'm a little lost. Can you help me? Thanks, even. Okay, so, I've got a string I'm leaving behind for safety, so I can always get back to here. But I don't know where here is, and I don't want to be here. I want to be there. It's not home. That's where I want to be. Back in Onecroft with my... Lead me to adventure just like you led you... Okay, so... It's pitch black. I feel like I'm likely to be eaten by something. There's two paths here. Left and right. To the left is... I want to say growling. And to the right, I think there's sunshine. Which way do I go? Cool. Great. Okay. I'm walking, and I can see a bit better here. There's two paths, forward and right. Forward, there's clanking, and to the right. Okay, this is fun, even. We're going on an adventure together. Ooh, I could put my candy in their exhaust pipes, stuff it into their ears, or maybe I should just leave them be? Haha, yes, I'll sabotage them. Okay, the candy is definitely gumming them up. And, ooh, they're staying down as I walk by. Perfect. Okay, I'm doing it. And then we'll... No way! I can't stop my adventure now. Can you try finding another talkie thingy? Then you can help me more. I will, I promise. Just go find another talkie thingy so you can help me more, okay? Okay?
They wouldn't. He was going to die. And they were going to die. And it was going to be much sooner than any of them expected. This is what happens, boys and girls, when you strike against your betters. You suffer.
Griffins and jumping pips, am I glad to be out of there? What took the others so long to send you, lamb? I've never been in such a dreary... hold on a pip. That's a die. Charmed, I'm sure. Now, I haven't seen a dice in ages. It does my heart good to see a live one out and about. Oh, and I'm glad to see you two have... Delightful. Look, I've been alone for a long time. Now, you've come further than anyone has come before. Then they've begun the manufacture. Knock me down. They have. Oh, indeed. I shall help you. Yes, our last chance. Our last card. Our last heist. Let's do this. Oh, please, lamb, don't ruin this for me. There's been precious little drama in my... You'd be surprised how boring it is in a cell. Why, I'd be bored to... Oh, better not stick around, lamb. The alchemist does not like to wait.
Lately, these babies have just been carrying this black goo coming from who knows where. It's the will of the three headmasters, I tell you.
The view was as beautiful as it was hopeless, and it underlined the one universal truth. Even could never defeat the Queen. She'd sooner topple a mountain with her breath than succeed. The card makers had given her a hopeless task, and the fool's Sisyphean efforts, full of sound and fury, would amount to nothing. Even was a wish for the thing so big, filled with so many brittle bones. She climbed higher, mirroring her own hubris, and knew in the depths of her soul that she would fall.
Playing dice may be my biggest lie. Still, take my advice. Kiss 'em before you toss 'em.
Have you found my book?
Is anyone there? Hello, Even! You're back! Someplace where, I don't know where I am. It's a very strange place. Very sandy. Ugh. I don't like sand. Ah! There's a giant monster in front of me! And I think he's angry? Yep, he's definitely angry. Hey, Even, what do I need to know about swashbuckling in like 10 seconds or less? You really think I have one of those? Okay, here goes.
He wasn't. In fact, both Even and Bernie would soon be dead. Forgotten, unmourned, unloved. Their sad little lives amounted to nothing more than a footnote in a greater being's biography.
Hey, kid, it's you!
Even was never going to win, and she finally admitted that to herself. She already knew in her heart that her dreams were a lost cause.
Oh, I feel a sense of dread. You know?
Hello? Bernie here? Come in, anyone? Hello? Even? Yeah, I sure did. I think I stepped on a trigger, and the monster disappeared under a humongous cube rock. Even, I'm somewhere new now. It's not like any place I've seen before. I don't know. There was a fall, even, and my string's gone now, too. But that's okay. I'm in a place where I'm surrounded by... hey, they look like dice, even. A whole valley full of them? Oh, cool! There's some monsters here, too. Robots and the like. I don't know what they want. You've always been so nice, but you don't need to watch out for me anymore. I got this. You've brought me here, and you've given me some fighting tips. Thank you, Even. So much. You've helped me a lot, you know that? First when I got stuck in that spooky... And I'm who I am now because of who you were with me. I can face the world and find my own destiny in it, thanks to you. And I'll never forget you, Even. How could I? Oh, hello. What's your name? Well, I'm gonna name you Dr. Q...
Despite the odds and her manifest incompetence, Even had somehow bumbled into helping Bernard escape his still inevitable death. For now.
Been dealt a bad hand, have you? Ah, never mind. Trade it.
Hello? A whister, sir? Hello? I don't know, Dicey. Alchemist is...
It may have looked like Even knew what she was doing, but it was all a bluff. And she was going to get mortally wounded any second now.
Oh, jeez. Oh, thanks. I believe in you too, Dicey.
Even hated herself for fighting back. Almost as much as everyone else hated her too.
Hey there, little one. Can you talk? Have you seen an alchemist around here somewhere?
I dare say I have, little one. Every time I look in a mirror...
You're the alchemist!
Indeed I am, and I'd have thought the visionary would have sent a more impressive champion than you! Ah yes, the impertinence of youth. It's been a while since I've seen it, and I see you have a little dice. I'm not impressed. There's a lot more to being a dice wielder than merely wielding dice. I don't suppose you've learnt that yet. And I don't appreciate fools or little children. And yet here you are. Let me tell you what I do. These days, of course, the Queen has us only making her cards, and for that I need only metals. Those are supplied by the garbage shipped from Onecroft. Ah, you're a oner. In that case, yes, they have. You and your family's whole purpose has been to supply the raw materials to build the very robots that subjugate the rest, all of you, made into unwitting collaborators of the Queen. Well, buck up. I shan't have you crying in my... Now, I suppose you want me to make you a card to use in battle against said Queen. I don't doubt it. The visionary always did move in baffling yet eventually correct ways. Well, you know the Queen dwells in Sixtopia, don't... Again? Rude! So then you must also know that Sixtopia is cut off from the rest of Random. You can't get there from here. From anywhere. I know more than most. I know her history, I know what she's done. I know she can't easily be stopped. What I don't know is why she's doing this. You don't do the amount of insane she's done in this. I do not know what that is. Just that. It can't be reached by anyone in Random. You think we'd be cowering here in the ruins of our world if we could reach her and do something about it? Please! How do I... You don't know? But you've been... There are things even I don't know. I can't imagine there's any interest she couldn't say... I don't even know you. You're a little kid. I don't see why I should help you do... I can't say. In all my studies, all I have determined is this. If there is indeed something the Queen fears, it isn't anywhere here in Random that I can detect. That leaves one option. It's inside her castle. In Sixtopia. And now you finally see my problem. Your sister was taken by the Queen. Then your sister may no longer be recognizable as the woman she once was. And even if she is, she will not want to return. But as for the second half of your quest, it is noble, if impossible and foolish. And yet the others have helped you. The painter and gluer I could take or leave. And if he sees something in you that I... Very well. I will help construct your card. Your so-called dream card. Please, you're a child. You dream of bedtime and sweets. I know all I need to. Now, step back. Ah, there it is. Perfect timing. Now give me a lock of your hair.
Ow!
Please. Magic and science, they both have their costs. Now we need something from your hometown. But as we're surrounded by its garbage, that could be a problem. And finally... Perfect! As always, I might add. Oh, your cart went that way. Now you need to follow it. What are you waiting for, a treat? Go! You'll get no lollies from me, child!
The silly little girl was far from home, and she missed it terribly. She should turn around right now and give up.
Oh, I really miss my parents, Dicey. I know, but I still miss them.
Suddenly, even remembered how she was bad at everything. She started to lose the fight right away.
Oh. I hear
centuries, she realized giving up would be much easier. So she decided to do that. Right now. Even was horrid and nobody liked her. The end.
I don't know what's going on, Dicey. I feel like garbage all of a sudden. Oh, Dicey, you're pretty great too. Thanks, buddy.
Did you see that? Even was losing. Oh, it was delicious to see.
rules, healthy rules. Healthage? Come on, Rule Master, you can do this! You're the best, remember? The best! You can do the impossible 5 times before breakfast. And then the Queen asks for 6. Even, yes! Every even roll gets a +1 bonus against every odd roll. That'll... Wait, no. That just turns all even... Wait, who are you? You're the one with the card, right? Even something? The alchemist told me you'd be coming. And I'm sorry even with the card, but I've simply got too much to do. Help me? Nobody can help me. The Queen insists that everything I do for her... Look at this. New layouts for her twisted arenas. Due ASAP, of course. New mechanics for the battles, due last week, assigned yesterday. 5 new robots with complementary BattleBot attack structures! I may be an ancient mystic trained in the art of crazy rules more than anyone else in all of history, but even I'm... But does she care? Tell me, does she? Correct! She does not! Look, your card has arrived in here somewhere, and I'll... Oh, you've seen him too? What's that bloody cosmic... Let's take a look at your card. Oh, perfect. Just perfect! As if I didn't have enough insanity on my plate. Ooh, but then I do love a challenge. So, I'll do it. When I'm done, I'm going to send the card to the highest point in all of 5-tropolis. The top of the giant chimney. Ha! You'll be dead in minutes. You need the 5 of us card makers there with the card if you want any chance of success. Up there, me and the other card makers will imbue the card with all our creative spark. But the ceremony... Even. Just meet us at the top of the smokestack. The card will be there. Assuming this works, you'll have bigger things to worry about real soon. Yes. No. Yes. There. I guess it could work. Well, what's done is done. Now hurry. I'll be right with you.
I've got a card up my sleeve, in my chest.
Treason, treachery, perfidy. We even had sown the seeds of insurrection all around time. But now this vile, hateful creature was on her way to discover why she should have respected her equals.
Even! Over here!
The ceremony begins.
There's others coming, friends. Lots of others.
Keep them back. We need to focus.
Child, cover us!
Let's peek ahead to the end of this story, shall we? Oh, look at that! It says, even lost and died alone and unloved. The end. I've never seen an ending so accurate, while at the same time also being so deeply satisfying. Even hated herself for fighting back, almost as much as everyone else hated her. Queen's world was about to end. All she was doing was delaying it. All she was doing was buying herself more punishment.
I swear I am going to...
She was nothing but a little girl, lost against a swarm of robots. She deserved to die. She'd earned it. Her mind fog. She felt herself ending. And in her heart, she welcomed it.
Stick it to them. Don't just be the glue. It's done, Lamb.
We've done it! The rest is up to you!
And more robots are coming, love.
Oh, so how does it work?
You can only use it in your dreams, child.
I have to fall asleep? My dream card. Of course. All I need to do is sleep. Okay, Even, you can do this. It's like Uma taught you. Relax. Deep breaths. Relax. Deep breaths. Relax. Deep.
Just won't give up. Perhaps I picked the wrong sister.
Nah, we both would have been here to kick your butt.
What kind of witchery is this?
This is my dream, you puppet, and I'm not afraid of you. So take your baggage and get out.
You'll regret this. You'll all regret this. I'll get my dice. I'll get you!
The word you're looking for isn't dice, Your Majesty. It's die! The dread I've been feeling, it's gone. I don't know. Something's still missing. But Dicey, I know we're... Whoa! It's not like anything I've seen before. Ah! Oh no! No! Okay, I don't think they spotted us. This doesn't look right. But it's gotta be the place. The Grand Gate to Sixtopia. Huh? What? What happened here? I don't understand. Is this really it? Maybe this is like a fake Sixtopia, meant to confuse invaders or something? I don't believe this! Sixtopia is supposed to be this whole wondrous place that grown-ups have been telling us about. Since the day with... What is going on? None of this makes sense.
Oh, Stu! What mischief have you gotten yourself into this time? It's classic Stu. Now, Annabelle, we use our polite words around others, remember? Good morning, lovelies! Good morning, Charles. Why don't you look handsome today? Oh, heck, I'm just the same old man I always was, but bless your heart for lying, lovelies. Oh, you're here too, Albert.
Hey, ugly. I'm a big, stupid cardboard person, and I'm Charles's least favorite because I'm a mean, stupid idiot who falls apart all the time.
Yes, Albert. We're all familiar with your whole deal.
Excuse me, Charles?
We've been here for 60 years. You ought to know what's going on by now. Yeah, what gives? Though, of course, not much actually does go on here. You stand around and I fix you when you fall apart. Easy. Easy peasy. Cutouts? Why, that's a fine way to... Don't. Besides, would a cardboard cutout start talking to me 5 years into my job here? It would not. And since you lovelies have been talking to me every day since, let's just say I know you're all more than what you seem. Even if Albert here keeps losing his head over this.
Huh, you love it.
Of course you are.
Oh, what do you mean I'm not real?
Oh, now look what you've done. You've hurt Bedelia's feelings. There, but...
Oh, she's...
I know. I'm gonna talk to her about it, okay? But you're real. We're all real here.
No, we're real. If we were fake, could my head fall off all the time?
Oh, no. Don't you dare, Albert. I've had enough of that for today by far. Alone? Ha! I'm surrounded by friends here. There's Bedelia, Claude 2, Snugglebuns, 8-Ball, Big Tony, Little Tony, Average Tony, the hated Albert. Boingy Woingy, Peanut Butter and Jam, they're twins. Don, Donner, Donist, Don Ultimate, Don Penultimate, Don Ultra Penult, Don... Well, I don't need to tell you their names. You don't talk like the others.
She sure doesn't.
Should we be suspicious, Charles?
No, it's okay. My earliest memory.
It's when my head first fell off.
No, it's when me and Patacakes got married.
No. It was when I was young. Just a child, really. The nanny came for me in that
that chariot that walked like a spider. She dropped me here, told me my only task in life was to take care of these props. She said my fate was never to be anything more than a forgotten janitor. And then she disappeared, and she never came back. And all I've done for every day of my life since then was live here alone, so profoundly alone, surrounded only by these parodies of life, mocking me every hour of every day with their ageless faces and painted on smiles, and I... Or so I thought. But then 5 years into it, y'all... And now you're an old man. Ha ha! Sure am, lovelies. Ha ha! Not... I pass through sometimes. That hardly counts. They go to the tower. Look, I don't want to talk about it. Nenny's chariot passes through on his way to the tower. Then we never hear them again. Oh, how I could visit them in the tower. What quiet fun they must be having. The nanny? No, not in any way that counts. That's true. Her chariot goes by sometimes, but it only goes up to the tower. Up there. We hear nothing. How can they be so quiet? They're enjoying quiet, fun times, Albert, and that's... Then she's playing up in the tower all day long. How lucky. Wait. Why would the Queen want the nanny to take one of us cardboard cutouts? It's never happened before. Maybe she isn't really a cardboard cutout like us. No, she is. She's just lost her mind, that's all. Tell me about your sister, lovely. Now, lovely, I learned long ago it's best not to make promises to yourself you can't keep. Now, where have I heard that name before? Oh, yes! Odd! The Queen graced us with her presence not too long past, and she had a girl with her. Odd, she called her. She looked strange. Strangely happy, yes, as are we all. They didn't have time to acknowledge any of us, of course. She's very busy, but they went out that way, right through there. Well, I won't stop you, cardboard lady. And hey, say hi to the Queen for me. Remind her I'm here. I'm still here.
It's horrible. Like glassy is made out of, I don't know, despair. Don't get it on you, buddy. This must be it. The tower. What's inside there, Dicey? I can just feel it. She has to be. We've come so far, haven't we? But I still don't know for sure what you want me to do.
Manny's got what you need.
Don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. It's the sudden stop at the end that I'm worried about, Dicey. I feel it too, Dicey. You get close to it and it's like every bone in your body is warning you to keep away. The goo almost looks like it's living, or used to be alive.
I've got cars to trade. Don't you want to follow suit? I know you do.
Seymour, is that you? Seymour? Seymour! Seymour! Is he... You're alive!
Oh, is that you even? I was just resting my eyes.
Seymour, your eyes.
They didn't even care about a number. They just took all 3.
I'm gonna get you out of here.
No, even you can't. There's too many. You'll never be able to. What do you mean? Run! Careful, even. You're even tougher than I knew, even. Nanny Fortuna happened to me, I'm afraid. She caught me in Forberg, captured me, tried to get me to talk about you, but I didn't tell them anything even. Told them my name was Seymour. That's when she started taking my eyes. But what about you, Even? I thought you were going home. What made you change your mind? Realized what? You've got a good heart, Even. The Queen, she's more powerful than you think. And from what I've overheard, your sister has changed. She won't be what you... Oh, I'm sorry, Even, about all of this. We adults messed up the world, and somehow it's been left to you to fix. A child sent to face off against the most... There is. Whatever's happened to your sister, I don't think it's... Just be careful. There's nothing I can do to help you now, especially... Oh, thank you. Now, all we have to do is survive Nanny and the Queen and her minions, and we'll fix everything. Let's go. Hey, whoa.
Seymour, you're in no condition to fight. You need to rest.
I can't let you do it alone.
I'm not alone. Seymour, when this is all over, there will always be a place for you in one town.
I'd like that, Even.
I'm supposed to find someone here. I don't know, Dicey. But...
You can imprison my body, but not my spirit.
Fantastic ball. Lights it, boys.
Even and her narrator were almost reunited. She was so close. She was so dramatically close.
Hello, Even. Do you remember me? For I remember you. And yet you're the one who approached me. You're probably wondering why I'm here and not out there. I suppose it makes no difference to tell you. The Queen hired me all those years ago to kill that meddlesome king of three. Oh, I was paid. The Queen wanted to ensure his children would tear each other. Oh, but she played even me, you see. She promised me the people would fear the Shadow Man. And when I finally had enough, when I finally threatened to reveal the truth to everyone, well, here I am. No, you don't get to pity me. I'm terrifying. You're terrified of me. Say it! Say you're terrified! You don't pity me? In fact, no. I pity you. You hear me? I pity you. I pity you. Nobody pities me. Nobody. Nobody.
my friend. Thank you for the rescue. Now, I can get back to my job of narrating. The narrator said, narratively.
Weird. Yeah, it's you. There you are.
Whoa, wait. You can hear me? This is unprecedented. Ooh, but that doesn't mean it's bad. Took the words right out of my mouth, little one. It was hard being alone. I felt like half a person, if that makes sense. Well, it would be strange if you didn't. I am your narrator, after all. Oh, but it is nice to know when one's work is appreciated. But you can hear me now, and we should make the most of that while we can. One never knows how long it will be until the old authorities reassert themselves. We've got a quest to finish, my friend, and I stand ready to describe it if you stand ready to live it. Well, I'm afraid I can't, even. I'm a storyteller, not an oracle. You and Dicey live your life. I describe it during moments chosen for dramatic effect, and together we'll make the best story we can, yeah? What about it? Is there such a thing as free will? Are our decisions just the random firings of neurons in our brains? Do we even have time for such a philosophical discussion right now? All I can answer is that last question. No, we do. Now then, where were we? Yes. A girl, her dice, and her narrator were reunited at last. Behind them, the wreckage of all that had stood in their way. Ahead of them, the queen and her minions. Even squared her shoulders and strode forward toward her destiny. Oh, why, thank you. This used to be a beautiful palace, a place of learning, of magic, of... Oh, yes, Dicey. Halls that once echoed with the laughter of children were now still, empty and desolate.
Better off when you've got a new card from old Manny Dex.
Oh, right. Except for Even and her amazing friend Dicey, who was... great, did you say? Who was, and I quote, great and awesome to the max. The dark crystals had appeared in the same age as the castle's fall, but they were not the cause of this destruction, merely an effect of it. There was something much darker here.
Way to creep us out, Mr. Narrator.
The remains of the castle were quiet, almost serene, but within them still dwelled a great power.
Here goes nothing, dice. Oh, look at this place. It is stunning, and it's been lived in recently. We're not alone here, Dicey.
Well, the gate was locked, but where was the key? Even wasn't sure, and neither was Dicey. But they had the feeling they could find what they sought if they looked below.
Whoa, she has a fleet of these things.
Wait, Nanny Fortuna was coming.
Quick, hide!
Now, hurry up, you scrumptious little children.
What does scrumptions mean, miss?
It means keep walking and stop asking questions. The one with ice does not like to wait. Where did I put the keys? Not again!
Come on, that key's gotta be here somewhere.
The key Even was looking for. She just knew it had to be here somewhere.
Ugh, not your most helpful narration, bruv.
All bets are off when you've got a new
Okay, here we go. All that remained was to climb the terrifying upper tower and face our destiny.
Yeah, you're not in any danger here.
Even, do you know what happens to a narrator? The person they're narrating dies.
No.
Me neither, but I'm sure it's not good. two royal girls. Princesses. The two of them were the exact same ages, as even and odd.
Those masks. Yeah.
The Queen's throne. It is from here that the Queen rules the fate of random with the roll of her dice. But where was she now? This was it. The point of no return. Whatever the end was, Even and Dicey were going to meet it.
Listen, Dicey, whatever happens next, I just want you to know. Look, I'm not too good with feelings and stuff, but I just want to say I've never become best friends with someone faster, and we've saved each other's lives countless times. And well, thank you, Dicey, for everything. Right, back at you, bud. Now, let's go kick that Queen's evil butt together.
Hiding. Is over here good?
Hod!
Now then, children, inside that black dice is your ultimate destiny. Well, if it isn't the one from one town, even, was it? Poor girl, you've marched all this way alone, only to find your own end waiting for you.
Only I'm not alone, Nanny. And it seems to me that the only end I've been marching towards is yours.
Nice!
Such impudence demands punishment! Let me give you some advice. Give your nanny all the dice!
No one's gonna miss you. Nanny's gonna crush you under her shoe.
I suppose it is one's lot in life when one is a nanny to suffer doing someone else's hard work while they reap all the benefits. Eventually, everyone leaves you behind, don't they? And any love they held for you is temporary, transactional. I did my job, child. I followed orders, and none of us would be in this mess now if you'd followed your parents' orders and stayed home. When I come back. Such unearned confidence. You know, everyone is so quick to judge her. But the Queen really likes you even. Well, there's a lot of that going around, child. You're not a popular person here. Now then, run along before you're too late.
Where are we? I see. Are you seeing this? Through that portal? You sure it's safe? The opposite of reassuring, but okay. Those poor children.
It's so much worse than I...
Is the black goo coming from their heads? Their brains?
The black dice is mining those poor children for their nightmares, their darkest dreads, their most agonizing miseries, coalescing them into the...
The robots, the dark twisting of the arenas, all of it. It's all powered by those helpless kids' nightmares.
There are few things more powerful than unbridled fear. This place, it feeds on it. It's a sacrifice. Hey, Even, that's lucky, isn't it?
That is her. She's still alive. Oh, then Odd didn't kill her after all. She might not be as far gone as I'd thought. Oh, Odd. I hope you're okay.
O masters of the one true dice, have my sacrifices not been ample? Have you not long feasted on paranoia, bitterness, fear itself? Are you not satisfied? Have I not been good to you, my three lords, since that first moment
Guess
of
we're
your
doing this.
summoning? You have given me power over randomness since we first began our exchange, and we have both found it profitable. But I have no heir, and I cannot let this great work falter. I beg you for just one more boon, just a taste of your power. I wish to share my dominion over chance itself with my successor. Just as I once did to you, this child has proven herself. She will please you, just as I have. She will keep up my end of the bargain, so that you can keep up yours. My dark lords, I beseech you, let my power be shared. And I swear that two souls shall then worship you evermore. Odd, step forward. There's no more time to prepare. Your fate is arriving.
No! Oh, don't do it!
What? You?
I fought across your entire twisted realm to stop you and to save my sister. And that's what I'm gonna do. Come on, Odd. We need to get out of here.
Nobody's being held here, foolish even. Odd's free to go, if she chooses.
So I should go with you now, even. Because why? You finally deigned to come see me?
No, Odd, it wasn't like that. You need to...
To what? To understand that my little sister, the one who's always had it so easy her entire one life, now thinks she knows what's best for me?
Odd.
Or maybe you're just jealous that I've grown up and of the power I'm about to receive. Is that it? She chose me, even.
It is sad to see such pettiness embodied in someone so young. She's standing between you and your power. And remind me, Odd, what do we do to those who stand in our way?
No. We destroy them, my queen.
Ah, so we do.
I don't want to fight you, Odd.
Even you've always been so young. Far too young to see that none of this is about what you want. A stray little dog nipping at my heels.
Oh, don't speak that way.
And strays put down.
Disappointing. Perhaps I chose the wrong sister after all.
Odd! Is that really you? Trust me, sis.
Yes, yes! Bring the dice to me, and we shall...
Hey! Shattered lady. No! Dicey! Even! Jump!
I'm so sorry about everything.
No, I'm sorry. That mask, I became so petty, so afraid, and even I hated myself.
No, Odd. I love you. I love you no matter what.
Even. I'm weaker without her. Like everything good and strong in me has...
We'll help you, Odd. I've got some help. Odd, run!
Stop right there, you betrayers!
Hold on!
A secret passageway? How did you...
It's one of the Queen's secret passageways. All I know is she hated me poking around it.
Then I say it's our best chance. Let's go.
Story ends here, you urchins. I offered you a kingdom and you chose the dirt. Come back here, you wretches.
What's going on here? Who is that?
I don't know. The Queen never...
Don't touch her!
Who is this? Why are you holding her captive?
It's your sister, isn't it? The one I was to replace. She looks so sad. Frozen at the moment of her death.
You know nothing! Nothing! This is none of your business, and neither is that dice!
You're ruining everything! Everything! And I won't let you! You're ruining everything! Everything! And I won't let you! Now do you finally see what happens when you embrace randomness? You die! You're ruining Now do you finally see what happens when you embrace randomness? You die! I'll always protect her, you fool. I'll never allow you or any other agents of randomness to hurt my sister! You're ruining everything! Everything! And I won't let you! You see, you are nothing without that cursed dice. You see, you are nothing without that cursed dice. It can't be. You have to let me freeze time for you again, Nat. You have to. You'll die out here.
Alexandra?
You need to listen to me.
You've changed so much.
No, I'm still your sister. Can't you see? I'm still protecting you, no matter what it costs.
You have to let her go.
No, no! I won't let you die. If she dies, then I failed. Then all of this was futile. This whole world can burn for all I care, as long as she lives.
Alexandra, I'm not worth it.
Shh, don't say that. Of course you are. I love you. I love you.
Please. It hurts. It hurts all the time. Even when time stops, it's still... Let me go, sis. I can't wait for you here, but I promise I'll wait for you there.
No, don't. Don't.
We'll play again, okay? Just you and me.
Natalia!
Just you and me.
Nothing. Dark Lord. Please, you can't hurt me now, don't you see? You think I'm afraid of dying? Go. This is my fight.
Alexandra.
You've saved Random. That's plenty. Only I can save myself.
Odd. Goodbye. going to happen? Even we could land anywhere in random. We could end up lost.
Nah.
And as for what happened next, well...
Did you hear something?